did you guys see Razorfist's video on that? It was pretty fun.
I've not seen his one yet. No, I imagine
like,
there'll be an epic rant there.
Halfway through the video, he's like, I guess I'm starting to like Joss Whedon. Comments that he's because I think Razorfist thought that Ray Fisher was a shitty actor and the Gal Gadot's, English is very fluent, so he's just enjoying the comments. And in a sense, I was listening to that, I was like, yeah, I mean, it is pretty funny.
I think both things can be true. You can accept that Joss Whedon probably was an asshole on set. So what? There's no fucking law against that. Like, directors are assholes. It happens. Deal with it. That's Hollywood.
Assholes get things done.
Exactly, yeah. Like, obviously there's limits. Like, if you're sexually harassing people, fine. That's shit you can't do. But, like, if he's just generally being a dick, there's no law against that. And yeah, but I can accept that, but I can also accept that Ray Fisher is kind of a shit actor and he's just crying for attention, basically.
He's killed his career.
Well, and it's interesting to think about, right? Because isn't Stanley Kubrick and Hitchcock, they're both considered, like, they did loads of asshole moves with their acts and stuff, but, like, their legacies are legendary directors who did infinite stuff for art in general.
Stanley Kubrick caused Shelley Duvall to have a full-on breakdown on The Shining.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Whedon's legacy, everything that he's ever done, it's down the toilet. And people are actively trying to be like, you know what? He didn't really do anything good, actually, if you think about it. Like, oh, we're doing that? Oh, no.
Yeah. Let's not do that.
He's said, like, Kevin Spacey was never a good actor. I'd be like, that's bullshit. He's a piece of shit, but I mean, he still was an amazing actor.
I have a very important question for Chris Ford that I was sent. Someone wants to know if Olivia Munn's feet were as delicious in person as they were on TV.
For a friend.
I swear to God.
Wait, her feet? Her feet? Seriously,
Yes.
her feet?
I never.
I don't know. I mean, wasn't really looking at her feet. No, but she I wouldn't be either. She was fucking great. She pushed people. She was, her and Kevin had like a great chemistry, and she made me better. I'm just a fucking guy that likes movies, and she would push me and prod me. She wanted, in a good way, would fuck with me on camera, and I it was great. So yeah, no, she was awesome. I don't know, I'm trying to think her feet. No, it wasn't. I got no feet. I got no Olivia Munn feet stories. I'm sorry about that. So.
Oh, well, that answers your question, my guy.
All right, there you go.
You're looking at her feet?
She jumped in a pie. She ate a hot dog with covered in
You're looking at Olivia Munn's feet? I'm just talking to the guy asking the question.
Okay. You can. Look.
Foot fetish. That is a because like that. I would say like maybe 5th or 6th priority on her.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's down on the list, but no, she was the kind of chick that you could go and have a beer with and hang out, and she was cool. I mean, just speaking to how I knew her then, but
sure, obviously. I mean, and you know that it wasn't just that she was hot. She looked like she could hang with the guys, right? Well, she. And then she did all that crazy shit without complaining, and
not once. What a champion!
Yeah,
she even pushed the writers. I mean, it's just like they would have like writing meetings, because I would go to them. Sometimes I would co-host with her, and she'd be going through the script, and it's like, we need to make this better. Let's do this, or I'm not doing that. Like she would, once she got in the position where she was Olivia Munn, because she wasn't at the beginning. In 2006, like it really took until maybe like 2007 she kind of knew she was finding her ground there, and really had come into her own, and I feel like the show was best around 2008. That was sort of the sweet spot 2008, 2009. It was awesome. But you know what, look, to me, and I've said this on other shows, I think YouTube has effectively replaced what G4 was. It's an opportunity where people can be themselves. They can have opinions for the most part unfiltered, for the most part. And G4 is a victim of the current corporate climate of stuff being sanitized and through one lens only, and and that's just the way kind of all entertainment is. It's really hard to kind of, slip through that filter untainted, or you just make an independent film, like. So I don't know. I really think that Hollywood, until it really starts to hurt in the pocketbook, and when they start to look at this stuff and go, "Hey, people are," I think there's going to be a real change. It's going to be fall of 2022. You're going to see Disney Plus. You're going to see numbers for the first time start to take a nosedive because they've got. I mean, they've got no adult programming, right? They have Fox's library, right? Freaking Mel Brooks movies and Alien series and on and on and on. So many classic pop and nothing. They got. It's not. The fact that Disney is basically a kids channel is that's why all the original shows are going to be awful because they're sanitized. Star Wars, Marvel, and they're not doing anything adult. You will never see anything like Netflix's Daredevil ever again.
Nope.
I mean, you're never going to see it. So that leaves certain people out. And also, by the way, audience is aging up. The audience that first became Marvel fans because of the movies, which is fine. That's cool. It's a large tent. New fans are welcome, but at the same time, they're getting older. Their tastes are changing. They're not. This Ms. Marvel show looks like it's just a little kids show. It looks like a Disney Channel show.
Yeah. Well, what happened to we went with Deadpool and Logan, and it was like, oh, we're gonna get. Clearly, there's interest in it, and it's like, no.
That was very much like the last stand of these franchises, though. Like Logan, it was like Hugh Jackman's final appearance as Wolverine. The entire franchise was just about dead by that point. It was like, oh, fuck it, let's just try something totally different. And it's like, finally, after about 15 years, you found the formula that works. Like, if you'd done that right from the beginning, my God, what your franchise could have been.
And they abandoned it, but yeah, that sweet spot with X-Men First Class, Days of Future Past, Deadpool, and Logan, and I even like the Wolverine, but I thought that was great. That was Fox figuring out the X-Men finally. They had freaking costumes, and of course, then they brought Bryan Singer back along. Deadpool 3, Mario versus Pitt is going to be garbage. It's going to be PG-13, or it'll be a rated R. That's a Disney rated R, which will be just terrible. And it's taken too long. All the momentum, and Tim Miller, he did direct Dirt Fate, but I think he was kind of an important part of why Deadpool 1 succeeded. Plus, they had a limited budget, and
those two things can be true.
Yeah. So I just don't think we're going to see Deadpool 3 is not even going to be as good as Deadpool 2, which wasn't great. It was okay. I had great moments. I liked the Juggernaut in it. I hated that kid. That kid drove me nuts.
That's not even mentioning Blade. That's going to get Disney Plus.
Blade, X-Men.
Oh God! Don't remind me.
Forecasting is going to come out. I mean, why do you think they're waiting on all this? Like, why wouldn't you hurry up with the Fantastic Four and the X-Men, especially the X-Men, your number one property outside of Spider-Man, and you're like taking your time with it because maybe Disney's actually waiting for this woke era to end so they could cast a proper X-Men, an accurate X-Men, which is plenty diverse anyway. And I mean classic, not this modernism that they have in current Marvel comics, which is probably what they're going to.
All right, which classic X-Men we talking? Like 90s X-Men or further
80s,
back?
90s.
I can live with that.
Yeah. I would be okay with like Claremont Silvestri, Claremont Lee, or Claremont Cockrum, or Claremont Byrne, which is my favorite era.
As long as it's Claremont.
Long as it's Claremont era, I'm there. But after that, I'm not. So it's going to be more like Jason Aaron. I can't remember who wrote the last one. That era, unfortunately.
It's just, yeah. I've just got no faith in their ability to, because when you take like edgy characters like Blade, which need R-rated movies, like it's going to be blood and guts routine. I just don't trust anyone like Disney to make that kind of film. I don't trust them to do it justice. And you know, you can say what you want about the Wesley Snipes films, but like they at least went all in on the gore and blood and guts and the swearing and everything. Like that's what made the films fun. And I just can't see anything like that getting made today. And
Honestly, I don't think Disney makes Disney movies.
yeah, totally. Even when they remake their own films, they find a way to fuck it up.
Well, like Jay and Free was talking about how do we trust Disney to handle a DID character in Moon Knight, and it's like I don't trust them with a character, let alone fucking multiple. Are you
I
kidding me?
don't trust it with a puppet.
Yeah, this like what do we think Disney is good at right now? Like
Ruining things.
yeah,
We should
that's
send
that's
Disney to China.
What are they ultimately producing now? Because if you flash back to the 90s when Disney went through that real renaissance, and you were getting movies like The Lion King, Aladdin, like, you know, these classic animated films where they were breaking new ground. They don't produce anything like that anymore, really. All they do is just produce live-action remakes of stuff they've already done. Or, you know, all the Marvel stuff, all the Star Wars stuff. Like, where's their new stories? Where's their, like, modern fairy tales? There's just nothing.
Well, they take female villains and make them sympathetic characters, you fucking bigot.
Of course.
her mother was killed by Dalmatians.
And that's
Fuck
why
you,
she did
Dalmatians.
That happened. That actually happened in our timeline.
This is the other thing that they do, where they try to reframe, because it will only ever happen to female characters, I guarantee it. Like, they reframe them as they're actually tragic anti-heroes that are just misunderstood, they're actually like awesome people underneath it all. Because again, you can't just have an evil female character who's just an asshole for whatever reason. They have to have you know, a man usually that's turned them down that dark path.
Women don't ever do anything evil just because.
Listen,
That's
we're
the
gonna
mentality now.
Ursula was a very kind fish god, okay? And things just got bad.
If Disney wants to cast you to play the young Jafar, I'm in.
What I mean, when you guys saw the trailer for Moon Knight, because we talked about that just briefly there, like, what did you think about it? What do you think its prospects are?
That looks neat. It'll be shit.
Yep.
I don't
Yeah.
like it. I think it's Batman. It's white Batman. In terms of just like white looking, and I thought the costume looked weird.
Yeah, it didn't come off Moon Knight like it.
No, there was something about it. I don't know. It looked like they were trying to make it accurate, so I give them points for that. But like, it just looked like this weird, like Doctor Strange's costume in No Way Home, right? Like it looked cheap, you know. And it just like, oh, it's Batman, right? So I don't know.
It's Disney Plus. It's going to be bad. I thought the trailer was fine. I like some of the elements they put in. I don't like that Mark Spector's not going to be the main character. I heard that later after I saw the trailer. I'm like,
Really?
yeah.
I'm kind of pulling for Oscar Isaac. Like, he's become like my Henry Cavill, where I just want him to get some good roles. I just feel like he has, you know, he's really underappreciated as an actor.
Agreed. I think it's a good choice for Mark Spector, but apparently he's not playing Mark Spector. So that'll be part of his personality, but they're going to lean more towards the beta version of the personality, and it certainly looks like that. I'm like, that's not even where it was. At least the ones I read back in the day. I know they've rewritten Moon Knight 1,000 times and done a bunch of crazy shit. But
Talk about the ones in 1800s.
damn it. I think I saw, what was it? Our good friend George was saying, like, maybe the law of averages, they'll hit one. Maybe, but I don't think Disney's quite figured out this whole making streaming stuff yet. I think that they're just taking movie scripts and repurposing them or treating them like that and just stretching them out over 6 hours, and we have a bunch of filler. Each Marvel Disney Plus show has had multiple episodes of filler. of all the ones you guys have seen. I think even, Loki probably was the one that moved the quickest, and it was still just quicker to deconstruct the character. And yeah, and Disney just can't tell stories. They can't tell good stories, and whether it's their keeping, I think it's their approach. I think they have to check boxes before they get into the story part of it, and it's not about creativity; it's about creating a product or platform.
It's not the inability to make TV shows and tell stories when they are Disney, the pioneers of a lot of different storytelling techniques, and they've got this huge wealth of people who've made TV shows for them they can copy, but they're not doing it.
That's a bit of a myth, though. Like, what has Disney innovated in the last 20 years?
Oh yeah, I guess I'm not saying
back in the 30s and stuff. Yeah, I know what you meant. But this is supposed to be like the creative company. They're the one company that wasn't owned by GE or something like that. That's what you're saying. Like, this is a Hollywood homegrown company. But Disney has gone through multiple eras of just creative bankruptcy, and they almost went out of business. And they had the 80s were terrible, and things were terrible until they bought a bunch of shit. But they haven't innovated anything, and that's going to be their big problem. And the CEO they got now is not known for innovating. He is known for pinching pennies and cutting costs. I love what he said about paying attention to the audience and listening to the audience. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah.
I mean, in fact, the guy who can, because he's so profit focused, is he the best prospect for just cutting through all this bullshit and saying, right, all this woke garbage that you're trying to preach to people, nobody's fucking buying it, it's losing us money, stop it. And I don't care if you're pissed off, that stops right now because we're here to make money.
That could be a possibility, but I mean, the article came out with his 3 pillars, came out within days of that new rules for Hollywood article, which explained everything. How do you get a job in Hollywood? Did you read the I'm going to paraphrase the quote was, you outwoke the wokest guy.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's like prison.
That's it's exactly like prison. It's entrenched in Hollywood now. So Bob Chapek would be the Trump of Hollywood. He would be going up against the entire machine. Creative, everybody would be backstabbing him. He wouldn't have any friends anywhere. I wish him luck, and if that's really what he wants to do, I fully support him. I don't believe it, because this is the same guy he signed off on Gina Carano's firing. Like, she doesn't get fired without his signature. He was the effing CEO of Disney. So he must have, he had to okay that, or he gave Kathleen Kennedy the power to do that, and didn't stop it, which was something he should have done. Because that did horrible things to Star Wars fandom, and that's why it's eroding even more. So, I know people want to be hopeful. Wait until you see it with your eyes. Wait until you see actual change. Not just a Spider-Man, multiple Spider-Man No Way Home. Like a year of content that isn't filled with identity politics and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've had a couple of examples where one good thing happens, and then we're like, it's changing. It's like, guys, come on.
I just put something in the private chat that if you're thinking the change and movies are going to become less woke, I'm very, very sorry to have to spill the beans on this very important pop culture piece.
Eminem's characters can become more inclusive.
How can they become more inclusive? Fucking Eminem.
All the colors of the rainbow to begin with.
There's no particular images or anything with this, so shall I just read it for the benefit of people in chat? Right. Candy is about to get more inclusive, in quotation marks, with the maker of M&M's announcing its famed characters are getting modern makeovers and will have more nuanced personalities. Mars Incorporated, the company behind the colourful candy-coated chocolates, announced Thursday a global commitment to creating a world where everyone feels they belong and society is inclusive. As part of the new mission to increase the sense of belonging for 10 million people around the world by 2025. Why 10 million? There's 7 billion of us. Anyway, Mars said that Eminem's characters who serve as the mascots for the brand would be receiving fresh new looks. So, alright, here we go. The green M&M, previously seen in ads posing seductively and strutting her stuff in white go-go boots, will now sport a pair of sneakers. A description of the green candy on the M&M's website says she enjoys being a hype woman for her friends.
What?
I think let's see what the marketing people have to say. I think we all win when we see more women in leading roles, and I'm happy to take part in the support of friend when they succeed, the green M&M said on the promotional site. Another character, the brown M&M, described her motto as not bossy, just the boss.
I'll be goddamn. This is actually.
They gender swapped the candy that doesn't have any sexual organs.
I mean, I have literally never spared a moment to think about the gender, ethnicity, politics, or worldview of the fucking M&Ms that I'm eating. What even is that?
I think at some point people have to get figured out.
Yeah. Where's Ass with his clown face on?
Dope aesthetic, back to basics, smack the bass hits, and have your favorite rappers wrapped in plastic, stacked in basements, crack the A-list, tacky, famous, jack off, hack like Larry David, married to the game, no fornication. I'm that complacent, started with a case of Marky Mark, this week wrapped the party, now it's tax IDs and black eyed peas,
one thing,
retarded, every track is harmless garbage, or you practice hard, bring it back to carnage, Mac 11 stashed in trap compartments.
This is it. Again, I mean, it's been the long decline, Chris, and I think it was on its way out in 2019. That article mentions it, and when the riots, George Floyd, reset everything back to 2016. And it's very unusual in trend, but it had a lot to do with art. Okay, art, society was on hold. It was on pause. So it was able to be manipulated by the activists. Do you want to? Okay, here's my theory why the riot happened. Everybody was locked down. It was a power and it was all it took was. I even said this on a live stream. I said, we're gonna have one cop do something stupid, and however you feel, it happened. And what happened was the riots took a couple of days to start because it took the provocateurs and the activists time to organize, and they used it to enact change. Because people were starting to think about real shit as their lives were paused. They were like, I don't have time to think about your gender. I don't have time to think about this. Now I'm worried about my business and my family, and so they needed to remind everybody that they still needed to think about these social issues by burning every fucking thing down. And there was a lot of money behind that. There was a lot of coordination. People were being bussed in. I'll say it again. Down here in San Diego, we don't riot in San Diego. San Diego does not riot. We are the land of the Lotus Eagles. Nobody gets up to do anything except maybe get their bag of weed. And they rioted here, which is just laziness. They didn't
Garrett,
riot.
that is one deep reference you just gave there.
Thank you.
Nice.
No, they tried in Pasadena. They kind of shut down Colorado Boulevard, gave a speech and whatnot. But nothing happened.
Bus there.
I did. I do
Uh,
remember before all those riots kicked off, before George had happened to him. Yeah, there was a lot of articles and there was a lot of talk about like with everything locked down and like shortages of things, people were in almost survival mode. They were saying like this is the death of wokeness because wokeness as a worldview is the sort of thing you can only afford when you're affluent, when you've got literally nothing else to worry about. So you start creating problems like this ridiculous shit. And when real problems come up, and when you're just struggling to get through day to day, you ain't got time for any of that crap. And so it just gets pushed to the side. And that's where we were almost at. And then, like Gary said, wouldn't you know it, this happened. And suddenly it's resurgent again.
And it tells you how, like, how bad things aren't when we still have people on TikTok worried about their 57 genders Yeah, one electromagnetic pulse away, one big rock away from a bad day for all of us, a bad year, a bad decade for all of us, where we won't be thinking about that shit. So yeah, things aren't great, but they're not that bad either, especially as much as the mainstream media is making it out. And congratulations to your country, by the way, to get rid of all those fucking mandates.
Well, don't go too far there because it doesn't apply to fucking Scotland, mate. It's only England that's gotten rid of it.
And too. Oh, well, we gotta fix that.
Yeah, we will. Well, I won't go too far down this road, but like, yeah, basically our leaders here will do fucking the exact opposite of whatever they do in England, just because that's their mentality, pretty much. Anyway,
California, same way.
yeah, but like, yeah, we're getting there slowly, I suppose.
Well, congratulations.
But yeah, you guys.
Sorry.
But you know, when we were talking there about the M&Ms, it's like, what is it with fucking food companies like deciding to get political, like Ben and Jerry's? Like, you sell frozen cream that's overpriced, and yet suddenly you have opinions about like geopolitics and like social movements and shit. Like, who fucking cares? It's not your job to mandate any of this stuff. That's not why you exist.
That's the infiltration from those riots. It freaked out every single company. It freaked out Hollywood. It freaked out every rich person in America. And they're like, what can we do to prove we're not racist? We'll do anything. We'll do anything. Swear to God. So all of a sudden, thank you, capitalism, a new industry popped up. Diversity officers. And each company has one now. And they're like pushing this garbage because they were infiltrated. And there's a huge rabbit hole. Obviously, we can go down with but we're seeing the end result of it. That's it.
When you like opened up that with say the evidence, I was like, you guys ever think like is this real or is this a shitty Matrix? Like what's happening? Like
I think we ate the green pill. We got the green pill.
This is why I drink. Like, I can escape from this nonsense, this nightmare, dystopian, ridiculous world that we live in. At least like the 1984 of George Orwell was properly sinister and like imposing, and it's like, oh, I can respect the horrifying nightmare that you've created there. Our one is just ridiculous.
Yep.
It's just nonsense. It's a nonsense world of idiots. Why do we live here? Why are we in the worst timeline?
Well, I mean, like, look at your prime minister over there. Look at our president. Look at the fucking prime minister of Canada. Yeah, idiots. An idiocracy.
This is why I don't trust
Most of them, but
I think this is the point where you realize, like, the leaders of the world are literally no smarter than us idiots sitting here on this live stream. Like, this is the terrifying thing, and they're in charge of the entire planet.
we only talk about Boba Fett and stuff. They press buttons that lead to wars.
Well, with our world tandem.
yeah.
My mother was telling me she wants me to run for something. I'm like, they'd kill me. They killed me so quickly.
You're more qualified than the three people I just mentioned. And no offense, brother, but when you're more qualified than the three people I just mentioned, we're not in a good world.
I know.
We like you, Gundam, but it shouldn't be that way.
I'm running my country, though. I don't want me running my country either. I'd be terrible.
I think I'd be great at it. I feel it.
You would be three idiots.
Well, you got my vote, buddy.
There you go.
God, that's one.
In his hair, yeah, because the population thought he was cute. Half the population.
Yeah, he looks like one of those guys who should work for Disney in the parks, playing like a prince or something. You know, like that's the kind of, he's like a cast member basically.
No, he looks like a manager at a Red Lobster.
He looks like Fidel Castro's son.
There we go.
This is why I don't trust. I've never. This is maybe a weird Detroit thing because I'm from Detroit, Michigan, and I never really trust people who are nice. If you're overly nice to me, I think you have another agenda, and that basically describes everyone in Hollywood is just like super nice, but so nice. But like it's like the people in human resources that they're just fucktards, but like they're being overly nice about everything, basically just because they're covering the company's ass because they don't want any lawsuits, right? That's really the job of the human resources department. It has nothing to do with the actual employees and what's good for them. It's like what's good for keeping the company's bottom line, protecting that, right? But like especially in politics these days, it comes off as like niceness, but it's really it's fucking disgusting, especially what's happened in Canada and Australia. It's just insane to see what's going on. It's all for your health, right? Yeah.
Thank God I don't live there.
Yeah.
Also, quick, everyone say something mean to Chris.
Yeah. Yeah. Honestly,
You asshole, Chris. We should have invited you on this stream.
Right. At least I know if you're being an asshole to me that you're being honest, right? Like those are people I respect and trust. Like I don't care.
What I would rather see is like bad words and good actions from people. Like just being kind of an asshole, but ultimately your actions show you for being a decent person because it's your actions that really define who you are.
That's like being bad.
So you briefly brought up the weed and stuff, Drinker. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so I kind of went down the road of I think both things can be true. Like one, I think Whedon is probably an asshole on set based on like how many people have described him as such. So I think he probably is overbearing and like a dick to work with. Don't hold that against him in the slightest. It's what I expect from a Hollywood director. I think Ray Fisher is probably just this crybaby who just wants attention and he's trying to use this to further his career. So yeah, I think both of those things are true. The fact that I just think it's hilarious that Whedon for all those years was like touted as like this ally, and like this dude who was like on the front line of the feminist cause, like just
hanging out with the news,
championing the cause of women in media and stuff. But at the same time, just being this sleazy like sexual predator behind the scenes.
Didn't he just say it like it was impossible to resist?
He was basically every girl who was on Buffy tried to fuck her or did fuck her. I don't know. So
I'm pretty sure Dollhouse might have been created specifically for that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Whedon, it's like that's not a guy who got a lot of action before he was famous and rich. He's not stud, he's not Chad. And so like when he got to that position, yeah, I can see why he wanted to take advantage of it. Don't really approve of it, especially because a lot of the actresses on Buffy were like 20 years younger than him. But there it is. So I don't know. I think he just kind of got what he deserved on this. But then I don't think that should take away from the things he's created. Like, does it make me like Buffy less as a TV show? No. I can separate the art from the artist there.
There were some twisted things written in that article. Mahler, you have that to me and I do. What was the part where he wrote Buffy as himself? And
there was,
and I wanted to something to that effect. It was,
yeah, because you were reading out different parts of it. Do you guys know this whole part where he talks about how he was 5 years old, he was with another kid in a pond or something.
Oh yeah.
He walked off, and then that kid drowned. He was just like, I don't feel guilty for it. It's not my fault. But it's a strange experience. It's like, what the fuck?
This article was like the length of a fucking novel, so I only got through about half of it. But
it was Feel Sorry for Man in $5 Million House, and absolutely about his brothers picking on him in his second summer home. And he's a third-generation TV writer, so if you weren't funny all the time, you were just ignored. And then he said he identifies as feminine. Randomly.
Yeah, you mentioned that like he got bullied by his brothers when he was a kid. I think he had like long hair like a girl, and so they called him like girl. And he spent a lot of time with his mom. And like I think she was a pretty strong like hardcore feminist, and he was like, yeah, it's pretty hard to live with someone like that growing up. So I guess what he's saying is like it totally fucked him up, and he was
guess like I don't know what he deserves exactly, but he is like one of the most hated people on Earth now, and I'm not sure if he should be, but whatever. That's where he's ended up.
I think a guy like him is going to be hated 10 times worse than a guy who is just kind of out and out sexist prick from the get-go. Because that's a guy who you already knew, like people on that side of things, they knew they could just dislike that guy right off the bat. But the worst of all is the traitor to the cause, who touted himself as an ally and then got unmasked as like just being everything that they hate.
Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, like the venom towards that kind of man is 10 times worse.
And what didn't do him any favors? And when he became the traitor of the cause, he had no friends because he had spent years before that alienating the other half of his audience, spurging out about the Orange Man, saying he doesn't want, essentially the things we heard Frost say. We don't want those people as fans. And all of a sudden, you're out there and you're all alone when your own.
Well, yeah. He's on the team where they will not help you. If you get burned, they're gonna leave you for dead. Like they ain't gonna help you.
It's that idea that I think politics only goes one way, and if you ever do anything out there or fall below the standards of cult or exile, and so you can only go one direction. So it's like a
big
self-problem
on their side. They have no path to redemption. You are done. You go down the hellhole. Blood. He's been sacrificed. He's a cautionary tale, a bad example, and we should never, ever, ever see him again. Which we probably won't, especially after what he just said.
Learning how big it.
Everybody who caused problems in this, Gal Gadot, Ray Fisher, Jeff Johns, everybody, they're all done in Hollywood. Every single person involved in this whole kerfuffle that made the company look bad will eventually be, like, Hamada will be gone, Emmerich will probably be gone. Everybody involved in this is screwed.
Gal
Gadot's got a couple movies for now, yeah.
Having trouble with the Cleopatra one.
Well,
I think Patty Jenkins is fucking poison at the moment.
I could see that you're right, that Gal Gadot's only got probably another 5 years or something before we don't see her much at all. It could happen. She might just retire. Yeah. Remember, she was almost not going to do Wonder Woman. Wasn't there a story about that? Like, she was, like, partially considering fuck it, and then it was like, oh, I guess I could make a few trillion.
One more Wonder Woman film, and she might do some appearances.
The thing is, with Gal Gadot, like, God bless her, she is gorgeous, but, like, she's not an actor, really. And, Wonder Woman, I think, with the first movie, Patty Jenkins understood her limitations, and she knew how to work within them, so she didn't ask too much of her. And so the movie worked on that basis. But then with the second one, she kind of had to do more, and like it became quite apparent. Oh, she can't really emote enough to carry a movie like that. And then if you're talking about casting her as Cleopatra, there's no fucking way that's gonna happen. She is not gonna make that movie work.
No, and I think more and more people have really started to realize she's actually pretty bad at acting.
But she looks nice.
So he really does.
So, Batman. The Batman's gonna be 2 hours and 47 minutes long.
Yep.
Credit. So
I really don't care about the length. I just want it to be good.
Yeah.
Fuck it. However long you want, please be good.
I wasn't sold on it initially, but like seeing the trailers, I'm starting to come around to it.
I was actually sold from the beginning, except for the new trailer that came out, where Bruce Wayne is being schooled by that woman at the beginning. Then I'm like, oh, I see where this is going. It's Bruce Wayne's guilt for being rich and privileged, and that's
White.
Yep.
Exactly. Well,
I'm on wait and see mode.
yeah.
No, you guys can wait and see. I already know how this played out. I've seen all the other shows. You guys keep going into wait and see mode every time.
Yeah, because that's the fair thing to do, Gundam. You gotta give him a
Ah,
chance,
the hell
okay?
with that.
Every
What's
time
the
you gotta give him a
junkie?
chance.
Always the junkie. God damn it,
Hey,
Fred.
what about No Way Home? That was fun.
I haven't bothered to see it.
You'd like it.
I probably would. Who knows?
But it does beg the question though, like how many times can we reboot Batman? How many more origin stories?
Infinitely, my dude. They're gonna do it infinitely.
It's James Bond. It's James Bond. There's gonna be the Batman after Robert Pattinson. There'll be a non-binary.
Oh, thank God! Finally.
You know, like they're gonna go down that path for sure. There's already been like a Black Batman in the comics, right? Gary, like
There's another Black Batman now.
Yeah.
So-
Black
TBR
Superman
says
as well,
better than the original.
There's
Black Spider-Man.
There's Black Superman. There's Miles Morales.
Miles Morales.
right. I love that tweet you did, Gary. That tweet was so good.
Yeah. You pissed off so many people with that tweet.
What did you do while I was asleep?
I saw somebody responded to my first Hawkeye review where I said, hey, listen, these characters are there's only one character. Steve Rogers, Captain America, Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales, and Kate Bishop is Kate Bishop. And somebody spurred on me in the comments. So like, I was at the gym, and I was standing next to my son. I'm like, and I put, just gonna say, Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and Miles Morales is Miles Morales. And he didn't. I'm like, I'm not lying. There's nothing untruthful about this. And watch what happens. And it just went off.
You're like, come here, boy. I'm gonna teach you how to piss people off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is how you go fishing. And it was fun. It was a good fun.
Gary, can you make that a series of tweets, a series of social posts where it goes through every sort of gender and race swap character and just like do every single one?
I'll do one right now.
Oh no! Great.
Is Captain America.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna retweet this shit right now.
Oh,
I got
no.
an American
Fuck it,
flag.
do it
next to
live.
Hang on, I'm gonna do it right
An
now.
I'm
American
gonna do it live. Like everyone in chat, like Gary's tweet and share it.
Oh, what's this? TV line Netflix's Daredevil cracks Nielsen streaming top 10. So, people are starting to watch it again. That's good.
Is it
Probably because
going
of the
away?
Spider-Man movie.
It's probably because Spider-Man movie. Yeah, and I think people are starting to appreciate like how really effing good it was too. I think that has something to do with that. But
I think it's more about the Spider-Man
Certainly
movie.
now. How many shitty TV shows we getting?
I think it's time to. I need to watch something good. And I've been just every time I review something shitty, I just watch an episode of Daredevil or Doctor Who.
Palate cleanser, isn't
It really is.
I just sit in darkness.
it? Just
Dude, Thunder.
cry softly.
Oh, Gun, we gotta get you out. You should come out to the meetup in Orlando, dude.
I'll give it some thought.
Come out.
I usually just sit like I'm Batman in my chair.
We can keep you from brooding for a few days. Just come out and have some fun, dude.
Gundam, I've got to go out drinking with you, man. We've got to make this happen. I will actually come to Orlando just to meet up with you.
I would love for you guys to come to Orlando.
Are drugs legal in Orlando?
We won't tell. I won't say a word.
I'm pretty sure I could definitely score something over there if I question.
I
Oh
wouldn't
wait,
get
I shouldn't say
caught.
this out loud.
Yeah, I wouldn't get caught in Florida. So yeah.
I'll be there, Gary. I'm going to Orlando. I already talked to Jeremy and Ryan about
Good.
it.
Excellent. Oh, and you and I have to talk about something.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we will talk. We will talk for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, Orlando's gonna be fun. I hope all the Brits can come. No, I think that would be brilliant. Have Az, Mahler.
I've been contacted to do things in Orlando and Tampa over the course of this year. So yeah, I should maybe have I should maybe catch up with you, Gary, at some point and just chat. But anyway, I won't say any more right now.
What's her name?
Yeah. It's stuff that should hopefully be quite good if it comes to fruition. But anyway, I won't say any more right now. One thing I was going to suggest though is doing a few super chats to see if I could get through a few of them. All right then. Marksman of 117B said, "I finally saw The King's Man," which I haven't seen, which I'm pissed off about. Drinker, what do you have to say for yourself, as it was your people who plotted World War One? Of course it was. I knew we couldn't trust the Scots. Have any of you guys had a chance to see The Kingsman yet? I haven't seen it yet. It doesn't seem to have even been at
The
the cinema
Kingsman,
here.
no.
It's still in the cinema near me. I'm gonna try to go see it because I love the first movie. Second one, not so much, but I like Matthew Vaughn. I think he's a good director.
Yeah, no, very much. Your tweet's only been out for like 3 minutes. It's got like 400 likes already.
Wow, thanks everyone.
There you go.
Good online.
We gotta wait for the stands to come in and start eviscerating me and calling me a racist because they just announced that Sam Wilson's Captain America again yesterday.
Yeah.
Announced.
Just keep saying it. It'll eventually be true.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I won't be buying it.
Why would you make a character named Falcon Captain America and not change it to like an eagle? It just nothing fits about it. The wings with the sheet, like holding the shield while you're flying around with the wings, just doesn't seem practical.
No. And do you see what he's doing in the show? Like, he's flying around, he can throw it and it'll just bounce back. And it's like, okay, this is stretching even for me. Like, yeah, Cap would do it and stuff. At least he was grounded, literally. But you would just like, you'll throw it anywhere. It'll bounce right back to where exactly you are in the air.
Didn't Bucky become Captain America in the comics?
Yeah, he
I would
did.
have preferred that.
That would have been so much more fucking
Bucky's
logical.
Captain America run was better than I think most people give it credit for.
It was
I didn't
really-
hate it.
Brubaker's run is fantastic. Highly recommend.
The Sam Wilson Captain America costume just looks like ice capade. It doesn't look like it looks like a show. Yeah, and it just and also having the shield and the wings. It reminds me of this is a weird reference here. It's like an early X-Men comic where they had this character named Mimic that had all the powers of all the X-Men. So had like big feet for Beast and had like Cyclops' visor and like Angel's wings. It's just like it's a mishmash and it makes no sense. I've always thought that it just looks bad. It looks even worse in real life. At least, you know, like who designed that costume for him? First of all, I never finished the series. I watched the first episode and that was it. But
Well, that's because you need to do better, Chris. You need to step up.
yeah,
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I'm angry. So I'm just gonna keep on talking.
Your biggest shoes blind you to the progression.
lazy. All this stuff is so lazy.
Yeah, very much.
Or when you're
yeah,
not allowed to like just do what you want, you can't do anything creative. I think that's the biggest issue.
yeah, like if it goes against the message, then there's no way you can be creative. Especially
No.
not under Disney.
When they're openly trying to diminish the white male characters that are still clearly popular and like the only characters that have been popular and that are your entire brand. We're seeing DC do it too. You know, like how many times can you reboot Batman? Batman has been around for 80 years, like forever. You can like Bruce Wayne has been Batman for 80 effing years. So you can go on forever if you want to. They just don't want to anymore, and they think it's gonna work, and it just never has. So it'll be funny.
Get ready to say goodbye to Thor. He's gonna get shafted in his next movie.
That's gonna be sad.
Oh yeah. The Outcast creative said, still traumatized by Boba the Grandad years. Caught Frosk on Gary So. Arrived halfway, had to Google her. It took ages before I realized it was a spoof. Chrissy was fucking spot on, man. When I saw those screen grabs on Twitter, I actually thought Frosk was there. Like, she was uncanny.
She killed it. She was so good. And like the minute the whole thing went down, I texted Christy. I'm all, Christy, did you see the whole D4 thing? She's like, I'm already on.
It's when she's going like this and she's just got like bad tattoo written on her neck. She even had the nose ring and everything.
She was great. That was such a like she didn't break character for like damn near the whole show. Which was
Primer said, hail you fine gentlemen and all in the chat. Bit of an on-topic, but have you guys heard, oh here we go, about Eminem's recent diversity/body positivity campaign? Cheers.
I guess you gotta be specific. The candy or the rapper?
There we go.
Or the Candy
I
Rap.
think it's what we all needed. I feel like it was about time. Eminem.
Candy was pretty big too.
Yeah.
I mean, the candies are already big and round, so they've got body positivity covered, I would say. So yeah, we're good to go. RRTNZ, give me $5 New Zealand. Thank you. United Confederation of Pizza said, do you know what's as bad as pineapple on pizza? Hillary running in 2024.
Oh,
She is the pineapple on pizza of people.
that is terrible to say.
I just want it to happen so everyone thinks they're in some weird fucking time warp back to 2016. I want Trump to run as well against her.
Oh yeah, if you think her seizures were bad in 2016, take a look at Hillary's seizures in 2024.
I think it's just going to be like the Jedi versus the Sith. It's just going to be this endless conflict that just gets replayed forever. Like,
I guess.
I think portions of her face might just start to fall off, and you'll see the wiring and the lizard scales and stuff. Like, wait, you gotta fix her up.
Robot and Superman 3. That'll be her.
Yeah.
man, at what point do you just say, like, I'm not going to win? Like, people don't like me. You know, it's like, I've tried like 5 times now. It's like, nah, it's just not happening.
The ignorant masses don't know what's good for them.
That's right.
Chuxenhausen said, thank you, Drinker, for the honor of talking Cobra Kai for your happy hour last week. That was fucking great. I loved that one. Question, have you thought about doing a stream with Jeremy and Tom and doing a review of the Karate Kid movies? That would be hash brown legendary. That could be quite cool, actually. Yeah, it's been a while since I've watched them. Chris P said, what are some lesser known properties that you all wish could be made into a show? For me, I think The Rocketeer, or a mature reboot of young Indiana Jones instead of doing Indiana Jones 5. That would be great. Unfortunately, Disney would obviously ruin them. Yeah, some good questions there, actually. Things we'd like to see rebooted if we could.
As long as it wasn't rebooted in Hollywood, like by a dreamland where people still made good stuff.
Yeah, in ideal circumstances.
I would like to see, this sounds weird, Logan's Run, but actually do the novel by William F. Nolan, because the novel is very different than, and it deals with the fucked upness of youth culture gone mad. It may be even more relevant now. Like, I think I read that in 3rd grade and it blew my mind. But yeah, I read it since. It's great. So yeah, Logan's Run. I mean, Bryan Singer tried to do it for years. He tried to get a version of that, but I don't trust anything he does anymore, just because you know. But yeah, just I don't know. Like I just fear like I actually don't want to see anything recent, just because I don't think Hollywood is capable of doing it in a way that isn't compromised by corporate interests and woke bullshit. I mean, that's just I don't want to see anything. I'd rather see them do not. I'd rather see smaller indie stuff or like someone take on. You know, now that effects are with using that Unreal engine, you can do Hollywood, you know, scale effects on a smaller level. I'd rather see other studios start to break out and maybe just sort of, you know,
Like,
I don't know.
defund Hollywood, get rid of it altogether. But yeah, if a place existed where we were just telling good stories and we leaned into the source material, Conan. I want to see
Conan.
show, like a proper violent sword and sandals fucking Conan show.
Yeah, that could work for sure. I'll just see what chat scene's saying here. Yeah, they were mentioning Zorro. Yeah, is everyone excited to see the female reboot of Zorro?
It's about
Zorix.
time.
Yeah.
Hero.
So it would have to be Zora or something, wouldn't it? I don't know.
Well, yeah, because I forgot somebody said that Zora in Spanish, it might be derogatory, but Zorro is a specifically male name. So they're still gonna call it Zorro the Gay Blade. They've already done it, and that's a damn good movie, by the way. It's so dumb. And Robert Rodriguez is behind this too. The guy who's currently working on Boba Fett.
You never would have guessed he was working on Boba Fett, though.
Oh, Lord.
I back this dude. I like some of the work he's done. I think I don't know. Maybe he's just getting too high. I'm not sure. He's got his own studio in Texas. He owns an old airport hangar that's a studio. Like he did something that Francis Ford Coppola and Spielberg tried to do and couldn't. He built his own damn studio. Yeah, but he doesn't do much with it anymore. So I love what he did with Sin City. Sin City was freaking great. I love that movie.
It was, yeah.
Mariachi.
No confidence in this, and it's we've said this before, like just taking an existing character and saying, hey, we're going to do a female reboot of this. It's like the laziest possible way to write it. It's like, yeah, we're just going to take the exact same ideas as before, but we're going to like change the gender of the character and claim that it's a whole new thing. It's not. There's nothing unique or interesting about that. It's just lazy.
Well, it's been so successful so many times now.
Really has, yeah. It worked so well for the Ghostbusters.
Mhm.
Mikey Gusler said, today is Paul Stanley of Kiss's 70th birthday. Holy shit. I'm listening to their 5th studio album, Rock and Roll Over. There's
Yes.
2 songs in there that I think apply to Frost, Calling Dr. Love and Hard Luck Woman.
Dr. Love's a great song. Great song.
Ghost in the Craig said, Anya is a badass. Drink her, you bastard. I assume that's Anya from my books, in which case, yeah, she fucking is. Thanks, man.
Psycha in the chat. Sorry, Psycha in the chat.
What's that?
You could. I didn't even want to say it out loud. But he said female reboot of a religion.
Have you guys heard of a YouTube channel called The Hot Ones? It's where they do a lot of people are aware of them. Most people I think are pretty chill with them. They're pretty cool. It's just like they bring on like different people that can be famous or whatever, and they'll eat hot wings with different sauces, and it's like a challenge thing sort of thing. They just uploaded one with Seth Rogen. The top comment for the video with 2,000 upvotes is, I hope he asks about the amount of times his car's been broken into and asks to see those cool presents he sometimes gets. That would be cool.
Jackass.
Yeah,
Seth Rogen, the world's biggest dick.
He's not popular right now. Not a surprise.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, man. I if I was Seth Rogen, I don't even know what I would do at this point. I think I would just quit social media and just like retire from acting for a few years. Just let it all die down. Let people stop hating me a little bit. Like, because honestly, like he's just everything he does just seems to make the situation worse for himself.
No restraint. Some of these actors just don't have restraint, and it ruins their careers. And Seth Rogen's producing The Boys right now.
His fingerprints will be all over season 3.
Oh yeah, and it's gonna be a meditation in toxic masculinity, kind of like
Thank goodness
right now.
God, I hate Hollywood.
I do too. It's like when James Gunn made something bad. That's how bad things are. I mean, that guy's he's not a good dude. Okay, never going to say he's a good dude, but he's a pretty talented filmmaker, and Peacemaker is bad.
I agree with you, Gary. I don't know how many other people will though.
Hey, thanks for being in my camp.
I haven't had a chance to see it yet. All I've seen is the trailer. It kind of made me chuckle a bit, but I don't know much beyond that. I liked Peacemaker in the Suicide Squad. I thought he worked pretty well there.
I thought he was way better in the film than he was in the show.
Is it just one of those situations where like the character works best in small doses, and you try and base an entire series around him? It's like, yeah, it's too much.
A lot of the plot and the comedy has to come from him being stupid. That's what they decided on, which sucks because I don't think he was a clown in the film. I think he had, some interesting ideas that make him look a little stupid or narrow-minded. But I think when you put the finale with him and Rick Flag, it becomes clear as like, no, he's thought through a lot of this and he believes this is the right thing to do. I enjoyed that confrontation, but in the show they make it a bit of a joke.
What's weird is they treat him like nerds used to see jocks back in the day. And nerds used to like superheroes because that like when we were kids, it would like it started out. It's like totally, it's like a adolescent power fantasy, right? It's like I want when you're a nerd, you read the superhero. Then when you grow up, you stop like pretending you're an effing superhero when you're like 7 or 8, and then you like the stories and stuff. But it's written like, I just hate this jock character, and that's not how he was written in Suicide Squad. And like there's just two major contradictions in the show that like really undercut like why he killed Rick Flag, which was supposed to be this pivotal moment that they talk about in the show, but they just make him a baby. And his dad, they make, it doesn't fit into the DC EU because it's trying to be the Tick and the Boys now. That's what they made it. It's supposed to be just straight up superhero parody. Vigilante's a clown. And I would like this stuff normally. It's usually kind of up my alley, but I don't like it because it's really like your boy Zach from Diversity in Comics. It's douchey hipster comedy, and just not done well at all.
I agree.
We've got a super chat here from Daniel for $20 saying Chris Gore confirmed as bigot for wanting to stick to the novel. We know what those code words mean. Chris was in.
Well,
who's going to reply to this one?
I'm going to reply. Let me just say one, you don't know who the fuck I am, so piss off. Number two, you obviously haven't read the novel. The novel's very different than the movie. In the movie, they kill you when you turn 30, right? Turn 30, you go to Carousel, you either, get reincarnated through Carousel. In the book, in the novel, people are effectively killed at the age of 21. The novel has nothing to do with race whatsoever. It has to do with how society was vastly changed by a youth movement that so distrusted older people that they murdered them at the age of 21. It's a really incredible, like they changed it dramatically to do the film starring Michael York and Jenny Agutter that was released in 1976. So when I say stick to the novel, if you want to ascribe your own racist ideals onto some idea that I put forth, something I'm very well versed in, a movie I've probably seen 100 times, fine, that's on you. A lot of that is you throw up a mirror, and where you see racism, maybe you're looking at yourself. You fucker.
That's Twitter. That's entire Twitter. That's when there was somebody from Marvel, I can't remember his name, who said that saying good customer service is an alt-right dog whistle. Like these are things people have actually fucking said. Like, stick to the lore is an alt-right that makes you a white supremacist.
Right.
Was it Dan Slott?
I think as well, Chris, people were suggesting in chat that it was maybe a joke and he was being sarcastic initially.
You mean I got worked up for nothing?
Yeah,
Sorry.
they're like,
Fuck,
should I tell
Gary.
him?
I think that you sometimes lose that, like when it's just printed on screen, like you don't always get the tone of it.
God
So
damn it.
yeah, I think the guy was probably just having a bit of a laugh.
I just
He
wanted to
certainly
flex
got
And now he's
out.
crying.
He's
Now he's
I
crying.
wanted
You destroyed him,
Wait.
Chris.
I
he's
just wanted to
referring
flex
back to. Go on,
Sorry.
Chris.
But I just wanted to flex my knowledge of Logan's Run. I cosplay.
Flexer. I think he might have been referring back to when I was fighting with OneRing.net. Me and just some guy were kind of slinging stuff at him, and it was from an article where when we say stick to the lore. That's why I was like, I hashtagged that for a while, like stick to the lore or whatever it was. That was a white supremacist ideal, essentially. Triggered. Yeah, we get triggered sometimes. Nerd rage is good.
Well, it's fine, but I would like to see an accurate version of the novel. That because it's just so weird, so ahead of its time.
It was a direct result of don't trust anybody over 30 kind of thing.
Yes, that was exactly what it was in response to, and it's a bizarre book. So the movie actually, first of all, the movie doesn't hold up because the effects are shit. I mean, there's
no sanctuary.
I mean, it was shot at a mall. It was shot at a mall in Dallas, Texas, and then, I mean, just the model work, like everything about it was bad. The score is amazing, right, by Jerry Goldsmith. And Michael York and Jenny Agutter, I mean, she gets naked in the movie. So
It's the most bizarre, like unexpected bit of nudity I think I've seen in a film. It just comes out of nowhere, but it's very much appreciated.
And dude, in LA, they sometimes kept that in. They didn't edit it out when it was on certain channels. On channel 13, they would edit it out when it was on channel 5 on KTLA, but like it would pop up on 13. Sometimes you get some boobs, which was awesome. And Daniel, is that who sent that super chat?
yeah, Daniel.
Daniel's fucking solid, dude.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for the $40, Daniel, for a joke on me.
Never mind.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
Daniel. Thanks,
Hey,
Daniel.
not like they haven't said that shit to us today. And believe me, when my Lord of the Rings video comes out, they'll say it again.
I can't wait.
Can't wait either.
Unhinged said, I watch Drinker instead of The Hub for my pleasure. Thanks, man. JS Pena says, hi Drinker, another idea for why modern movies suck. Unless you started writing something else already, it could be good ideas, bad execution. I know you did the same title with Shang-Chi, but the same can be said for other films. I mean, I suppose you could say that. Like, there's definitely films in Hollywood history that have had a great concept that's just been badly executed. I think the problem that we run into nowadays is that there's no ideas.
Yeah, I totally agree. And there's still, I mean, like, as far as books and graphic novels, there's tons of great ideas. I'm sure Drinker has some great ideas. I know you guys in the chat have great ideas, and they're never going to take a chance on them because, again, I'm going to reference back to this for next month. So sorry in advance. The new rules for Hollywood: basically, if you're white, you're not going to get listened to. Period. So there is discrimination still going on. It's just a new kind that people are still in denial about, and people are losing their jobs. And I'm not saying every white dude, like, it doesn't need to be lily white, but if you're excluding people, you're going the wrong direction. That's not a side I want to be on, and it sucks. And we're losing some good stories. So make your own. I mean, Hollywood will just bury itself if it wants to continue in this direction. And that's what the article wasn't even about. Like, it was more about saving Hollywood. And I'm like, fucking Hollywood, save yourself. It's having an effect on the country, though. It's having the really divisive effect on the country. I mean, shit, Hollywood saves itself, not to be honest with you. But
What is it they say that, like, politics is downstream of culture, but then entertainment is kind of like upstream of culture. Like, it helps to define it and it reflects it at the same time. So, like, it's shaping where we're going as a culture.
yeah. I think it just when you see in every show, like white supremacy, like it's in every fucking show now. Or I mean, like it was mentioned in The Boys, it's mentioned in Peacemaker. You know, it's subtly mentioned in a lot of places. It reinforces a narrative in this country that's being pushed by the mainstream media. And I want to remind everybody that these companies are supposed to be in competition with each other. And it's weird that you see like them all acting the same way. No one is trying to, once in a while, but for the large part, like Disney and Warner Brothers, they're only different in character, but they're going about like making their stuff the same way. Like Warner Brothers should be seeing Disney going full MCU right now and go, oh shit, we just had, whether you liked it or not, the Snyder Cut was a success. And I think a lot of it had to do is it wasn't filled with identity politics. And if Warner Brothers just said, hey, we're not going to fill our shit with identity politics, we're not going to get political, we're going to make a Superman and a Batman movie and put the Trinity in, they would be kicking Marvel's ass. But no, let's just do what they failed at.
That's it. And it's like, you get people like, I think the Daily Wire starting to get into movie making, but like they're too small to make any real impact. It has to be one of these big studios that does this kind of turn. But yeah, anyone who's got any significant clout within Hollywood, if they were to just turn around and say, yeah, we are just going to make fun movies and we don't give a crap about your politics and we don't care if you're offended by it or whatever, we're just there to have fun. That would drive audiences straight to it. Like, so many people are crying out for that kind of attitude now.
If one studio said, I'm just going to do what Spider-Man No Way Home did, I'm going to tell a good story and give the fans what they want for a year. Just for a year. Just try it for a fucking year. See what happens. You'll probably do pretty damn good. You'll make people happy. And Warner Brothers is set to completely crush Disney because of what Chris brought up earlier. They can make rated R content. They can make a rated R Batman. They can make a rated R Lobo movie. They can make a rated R Constantine movie. They can do Elseworld shit. So you could have multiple Batmans at once. But no, they decided to have 2 Ezra fucking Millers in a movie.
That's 2 more than you actually need in any movie, really.
Yeah.
It's 3.
Seriously.
You need a -1.
Corey Coleman here said, "Hey Chris, you should have ranted for Frost. It would have actually been intelligent and made a point. I missed."
Oh God. Oh, I don't know. I just look, the G4 thing is just, for me, it's sad. Like, I know people that are working there now, and I work with a bunch of people who are not there. But look, it is what it is. But what I think is it shows it's the same battle we were talking about. It's the same battle between mainstream media and people like Joe Rogan, who get, some of his podcasts his average podcast gets 11 million downloads. Like, some of the episodes have gotten 40 million downloads. Was it with that Robert Malone one? I mean, it's just crazy. And so the way I see like the modern media landscape as it applies to pop culture is that YouTube has replaced entertainment reporting. That's it. If you want something on comic books, video games, movies, the best place to go is YouTube. Not only that, because you do get I hate to use this word, diversity of opinions. You can look up Shang-Chi review and you can listen to a bunch of people that you might agree with, you might not agree with. Some people you might learn something from. I actually prefer to listen to people I don't agree with, because I feel like it's the only way I learn anything. But I like different opinions. So I don't know, man. I feel like YouTube kind of replaced what the old G4, and the new G4 is more on the corporate level. But I would still say, it's only been 2 months for them. See where they are in 2 years, and maybe they'll have learned the lessons.
I think they'll be in administration in 2 years, mate.
Yeah, well,
if they carry on at this rate.
Yeah, I don't know. It's sad, but it's really exciting to see, people like yourself, Drinker, and Gary and Mahler, and it's like all these channels like blow up. Is like there's a reason there's 300,000 views on like a rant for something. You know what I mean? Like, people are responding to that. So that's exciting to me. It's a media landscape that's not compromised by corporate interest, advertising, or sponsorship.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Yeah. There's my rant.
No, we are the other side. We're the opposition. We're not towing any party line or any. We're the counterculture.
We're basically the rebels.
Yeah.
Where like the other side believes they're the rebels when they're actually the empire.
They are the empire, and they don't believe it yet. They really don't. They have bad tattoo on their neck, and they think, well, I'm hard, and I'm a rebel working for Comcast.
And she loves to eat women out.
Yeah.
It's brave and stunning.
And she hates injustice.
Injustice.
It's like that scene in Team America, right, where they talk about how celebrities just repeat things they saw on TV, right, and that's how they have their opinions. It's like a 1-minute scene where it's a meeting of the Film Actors Guild. Make of that what you will. The Film Actors Guild.
The Film Actors Guild.
Headed by, believe it or not, Alec Baldwin.
FAG.
Yeah. Alec Baldwin is the head of the Film Actors Guild, and they get together and they just give this speech, and I'm like, oh my God, it's like this movie came out in 2004. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed at all. There are no lessons learned, no matter how many times Ricky Gervais tries to tell, this audience of celebrities that they're idiots, that they just don't get it.
No, it's Ricky who didn't get it.
It's that Tom Hanks face. That's the meme now. That's what they think.
Oh God, Matt.
I'm supposed to be thinking about something right now, but I'm not sure what it is. Nobody told me what to say. Matt Damon.
Yeah. That is a film that would never get made today.
No, I'm watching it.
No fucking way would that be allowed.
Less likely for that to get made or for Tropic Thunder.
Gary, you watch it
Oh,
tonight. It's
drop
gonna
it
blow your
Sunday,
fucking mind. You should live tweet watching it tonight. Just throw out a tweet or two, from some of the scenes. It'll blow your mind. I watched it last week, and I could not believe it. So good.
But yeah, Tropic Thunder equally,
Yeah.
scathing of Hollywood. I honestly don't know which one would get banned first.
Right. Tom Hanks' when I just say Tom Cruise's greatest role.
I think so.
I say
yeah.
Robert Downey Jr.
It might be, yeah.
I think so.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, there's some. Oh, I know. There it goes. There was the first one. Gary, suck my cock. There, I'll just say it. I heard it for like 3 years after that movie came out in my comic store. Okay, guys come in. Gary, suck my cock.
You got to do X-Men and Gary, suck my cock.
Yeah.
I'll never get over when Gary's about to go undercover and like the leader of Team America is like, if you get captured by the enemy, you may want to take your own life. You better have this, and he gives him a fucking hammer.
Dude, that movie kicks ass.
It's so good. Alec Baldwin, I guess he shoots a little better in real life than he did in that film.
Indeed.
You didn't get to shoot in that film. I think what's his name? The villain fucking shoots him.
Yeah, he does before he gets a shot off. I know he has a gun. Does he have a gun once? Maybe not.
I can't remember. He's just I
like how Michael
definitely
Moore's
the
in it as
leader
well. Just blows himself up.
Yep.
He's a good leader of fag, I would say.
Eating. He's always eating something too. He's always got like a hot dog or a hamburger, and it's great.
Well, yeah. Apparently, like they filled his puppet with ham when they blew it up. So, there was loads of meat.
Dude, no, when the cats come out, that's one of my favorite parts when they bring up the cats.
Oh, that's right.
And it's
Oh God, we need to do a happy hour on Team America, man.
Yeah, we
honestly,
do.
dude.
Oh,
Yeah.
Count me in. Count me in if you do it.
I'll do a few more super chats because I sense I'm not going to get through all of them. James Kelly said, "Let's go, Boba." Yeah, pretty much. And JS Pena said, "Have you all seen Darkest Hour? And if so, which actor was the best at portraying Churchill in your opinion?" So yeah, I've seen Darkest Hour, and it was the actor that played Churchill in that was Gary
Oldman.
Oldman, that's the one. Yeah,
That was a good movie.
He was under a lot of prosthetics to look like Winston Churchill, but he sounded really weird. He didn't sound anything like Churchill sounded like when he did his speeches and stuff. But knowing Oldman, I mean, I guess it's pretty accurate. Yeah, I watched like the first season of The Crown, and I thought John Lithgow was a really good Churchill in that. I thought that was pretty good portrayal. Yeah, Stybeck B said, Horus did nothing wrong. I mean it, ask Lorgar. Yeah, this is a 40k reference. Yeah, Horus, he was just trying to save the galaxy, man. Just different opinions. He was living his truth. Yeah, and yeah, 20 trillion people had to die for him to live his truth, but that's okay, as long as his feelings didn't get hurt. Paint Chips said, Drinker, you bawdy, irreverent, and suave man of blurred letters. This collective crew of miscreants and misanthropes in one cast is worthy of 116 proof flying ace bourbon. Cheers to the gang that cannot shoot straight. Cheers, man. Thanks for that. Blunt Objections said, can we please just put Boba Fett back in the Sarlacc pit and forget any of this ever happened? Mr. Bullock, R.I.P., must be rolling over in his grave. Yeah.
I think at this point, the perfect ending to Boba Fett would be that all of this was a fucking dream, and he's still in the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the solution for
like a
old Disney content?
Dream? Yeah, it's just a shitty dream. He dreams of leaving the Sarlacc pit, but he's still being digested.
I honestly think they'll get to the end of this show and Fennec will just push him back into the pit.
Oh,
like they'll be stood next to it, like, this is where it all began for me, and this should just be like, yeah, push him in.
And nobody will be sad about that. They'll be like, well,
yeah.
it feels right.
Boba Fett died 30 years ago.
Have they acknowledged Jeremy Bullock's death on the show yet? Did they?
Not from what I've seen.
So yeah. So when they teased the book of Boba Fett on December 18th with the triumphant return of Luke Skywalker, that was the day after he died.
Oh,
And
wow.
they could not put an RIP for the guy. I mean, that was my generation's Boba Fett. I mean, that was Boba Fett to everyone my age. It was that's Disney's disgusting. It sucked.
I was gonna say they've done worse than that with the Mulan shit, haven't they?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And then I guess they forgot James Earl Jones' birthday too.
Every year.
Yeah.
What's their deal with him? Like, has he said something that they disagree with or something? Has he gone against the party line?
That's a good
Probably.
question. I think they just forgot he was the voice of Darth Vader.
I would put it on that.
They actually thought it was
Vader.
David Prowse that did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a point here from Video Williams. Churchill's parliamentary speeches were recorded afterwards, so he was lower energy on tape than he had been in the House. Oldman's Churchill seemed amazingly good to me. Fair play then. Yeah, with all the makeup, he definitely looked at the part. He looked exactly like him. Mikey Gustler said the Batman is going to be 2 hours and 55 minutes long. Thoughts? Yeah, so I'm hearing, because I thought you guys said earlier it was like 2 hours and 40 minutes.
That's with no credit.
It was without credits. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want it to be good. Be good.
be good.
Yeah. Don't
Be,
mind how long it is.
Yeah, don't be white guilt, a study in misogyny, Catwoman being his mentor, him being a spaz the whole time. Because this is supposed to be year 2 of Batman, and he's not as collected as year 10 or 20 Batman, but he's had his training. He's been out there already. Yeah, it's especially like there's a year. Go read Batman Year 2. Go read Batman Year 2. That will give you an idea of what the real Year 2 Batman was, in my opinion, and that's after Crisis. And it's a great read.
Nice.
Sweet.
Travis Newton said, one of two, probably wishful thinking, but I think Moon Knight will be better than previous Disney Plus shows. Oscar Isaac has to be wary after his comments on Star Wars. And being the first Marvel show on Disney Plus without the previous signed contracts with actors, hope there's good reason he signed on.
He thought that TFA was that. He thought we did great, right? And then he looked back and he's like, oh, maybe, WandaVision. We thought that was going to be really good.
I mean,
Man.
it does make you think that he'd be wary to sign on for another Disney project unless it was pretty good script, but yeah,
Mhm,
maybe
that's what I'm saying,
that
is
again is wishful thinking.
Who knows what'll happen between, like, he probably had the best conversation ever with the writer-director people. They talk forever about the character, and then what we end up with is some garbage. Like, who knows what's going to happen? I want it to be good.
Likewise.
Mm-hmm.
I have no faith.
Yeah, I mean, neither do I, but I'm still willing to give them a shot.
Here's one from Stybeck B. Said, care to break down God of War? Having a blast on the PC. I'm sure we could. It would take a while, though.
Yeah, it's
I
a long
played
game.
some of it on PlayStation 4. I couldn't stand the frame rate.
Really?
Yeah, it was just 30 frames. It's killing me, man.
I understand. That's fair.
I suffered through it. But yeah, overall, I really liked it. It was a good game.
Boy.
The Ginger
Boy.
Menace gave me a super sticker for $5. Thank you. Tangerine said, Mower, is Disney fiction... Sorry. What are they saying here? Is Disneyfication ruining their non-Disney properties? When will it end? Also, hi, Drinker. Hi.
I mean, if Disneyfication refers to like this weird, like everything is starting to become everything, it's all sanitized and homogenized, and we can barely even tell if there are characters anymore. It's just like, yeah, that's destroying everything. But I mean, it seems to be all they know how to do right now.
You know that there's a rule for all Disney movies. Anything made Disney, no smoking in the movie. That is a rule. Did you
There's
know
probably
that?
a lot. Yeah, there's probably a lot more rules than that at this point, right?
Right, right. But that's one of the ones that like they will not. There is no smoking in anything made by Disney. You must know that, Gary.
Yeah, and they're also de-emphasizing guns.
Right.
Falcon and Winter Soldier, he's fighting with knives all the time. Yeah, that like it's getting homogenous. And what did Az tell me? The 1/6 scale hot toys are not going to have guns anymore.
What?
Yeah, from Warner Brothers. That Az said that. That's, I mean, it's lame. It's like so. This you're right. This is going to open things up because they're going to make themselves so homogenous that people are either going to just give up on scripted entertainment or go somewhere else. And quite frankly, gaming is there's still guns in gaming, and we just saw the purchase. I don't know shit about gaming, but we just saw the purchase of Blizzard. Was Blizzard, right?
Activision Blizzard.
$70 billion. So and the gaming industry dwarfs Hollywood. Hollywood is such a distant second now, and I don't even know if they know that is like that's what pretty much killed comic books, and we lost generations to gaming, right? And now Hollywood's losing that generation. So I think they're just going to homogenize themselves out of existence. It'll take time. There'll always be theaters, but Hollywood being the ultimate form of entertainment, it's not anymore. It's just not.
Yeah. Well, and also technically it was 68.7 billion, which you could round up to 69 billion.
69 billion.
Yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say like there would have been a point where I would have been pissed off at the prospect of like Call of Duty disappearing from the PlayStation and it's going to go over to Xbox now that Microsoft own it. But now that it's become shit because they insisted on forcing Vanguard into everything, I don't mind. I'm fine to let that go because they had an amazing like property there that everyone was playing in lockdown because there was fuck all else to do, and it's like they made it intentionally as shit as possible. I'll never understand why they did that, but hey, there you go. That's game design for you. Kyle McCrory said, when Gary gets here, which he is, can you guys discuss DC Comics murdering off the Justice League in the comics? Sorry for bringing the mood down. That's all right. We're ranting quite well here anyway. So
that's Warner. That's Warner Brothers again being stupid. So they're just doing the same thing Marvel is doing over there. The competing company that always tried to do the thing that was different, or at least rip off what was successful. And yeah, they're gonna kill him off, and they'll bring him back, but it's the worst time to do it. I think things are just declining overall, and then like killing off superheroes. It's like, this is the third time we've killed Superman now, maybe fourth. Lost track, and it's just if you can't tell a good story anymore. Maybe it's your writers, your editors that you're hiring. Maybe you're not. You're not paying enough money. But yeah, they're just stuck with gimmicks at this point. I think it's fucking stupid. DC is primed to kick Marvel's ass if they wanted to, and they have just decided to be stupid like they always are.
yeah, it's like one's woke, one's stupid. Like they just can't win.
I think both are kind of woke and stupid.
Well, one's woke and stupid, one's woke and evil. Disney is and Warner Brothers is dumb.
We'll finish on a positive note here because I've got one last one here. Christian Delorme said, I'm a Canadian truck driver and Big Trouble in Little China is the best trucker movie ever. Hey, Gary.
I agree.
Nice.
Hell
it
yeah.
fucking is too. If you can run over like a 10,000-year-old Chinese sorcerer with your truck, you're doing all right.
You can't do that now, that's for sure.
Yeah, that made movies like back then. They just made truck driving look glamorous, you know. Sitting there with your CV radio and your giant fucking sandwich just ranting all night long, perfect. But yeah, I think probably that's all the super chats we're likely to get through tonight. I know we've been going for like 3 hours here, so I don't want to keep it going for too long. What I will probably do is catch up with them over the weekend, so I'll do a catch-up stream. But I want to say thank you to my awesome panel of guests that have come on tonight, like Gary, Gundam, Chris. It's a total pleasure having all of you guys on. I really appreciate you doing this tonight, and it's fucking great talking to you. Like, I think we've done some great ranting this evening.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah,
It's been a blast.
awesome.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank
It's
you.
always good to be here.
Always a pleasure.
We have got links to all of their channels. So Mauler, Gary, Gundam, Chris. Well, sorry, Chris, you don't really have a channel, do you? Like, you kind of guest on other ones.
Well, no, I do have a channel called Film Threat, which covers independent films. So,
Oh, okay. Well, in that case,
that's I think I actually put it in the chat, like just the chat, because people were asking. So that's my
can
channel. And then, yeah.
I was going to say then, in that case, could you just pop it into private chat for a second, and I'll share it out so everyone can see it. And when I re-upload this, I will put it in there.
Yeah, thanks. No, yeah. So Film Threat, yeah, that's my channel, and but I do appear on like Film Courage, of course, yours, FNT on occasion. So I appreciate it. Ryan Cannell had me on. I did Tuesday night's main event. I'm gonna ride this wave while I can, because I have no idea what I'm doing, obviously. And I got trolled. I lost my troll virginity today, because I don't think I've been trolled by a super chat before. So thank you to Daniel. I feel like I made a new friend.
Hey, we popped your cherry here on the an open bar.
This is the beginning of a long life of being trolled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take it. That's cool.
But yeah, thank you to all of you guys, and yeah, my mods who've done such an excellent job. I did manage to enable slow chat mode, so that hopefully made your lives a little bit easier. But yeah, thank you. And thanks to everyone who's given me all these awesome super chats, and everyone else in chat for tuning in tonight. I think we had over 8,000 for a good portion of the show, so I think that's set a new record
Holy
for Open
shit.
Bar. Yeah, next time 10,000. We're on our way. But yeah, thank you to all you guys. So I guess that's all we've got for this evening. So go away now.
Bye-bye.
Permanent clausing as well. It's like, right, this this work that I've created, it is under lock and key now for my son. Believing that any of these people know anything about Lord of the Rings beyond like watching the movies once.
It's going to be from the story in the appendices as well, but it's going to, that's fine. They have the right, and why haven't they done that? And that's how dumb Warner Brothers is. They haven't done anything with it, thankfully. I mean, I guess we should be thankful for small favors, but like they've had the rights, and I guess Saul Zaentz, that company is selling the rights to The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings. I think they have some rights to the Silmarillion. And that's when Warner Brothers finally spoke up and said, no, we have the right. So they're fighting, they're negotiating right now, but they have been for a decade and a half, and they haven't come to any deal yet. So hopefully that goes on forever. That just goes on forever, and we never get a remake.
That would be all right with me. I just realized as well, it's Gundam is here. Holy shit, man.
The world is burning. So
Yeah,
that's the reason
it really
it's
is.
just truly fucked
It's
up.
gonna be the standard intro from now on, isn't it?
Sorry, Gary, I'm off the
We're all
wagon.
fucked.
Yeah, hey.
It's still unreal to think, by the way, that any essence of doing anything Lord of the Rings, we're just like, please stop, don't touch it. That's where we're at now. Once upon a time, man, we used to be like, yay! Completely just...
Well,
No,
I think it was
really young.
fine. If they took any like product or any show that you used to love as a kid, like Mauler, you're a fan of Farscape. Imagine if they announced that Netflix were going to do a Farscape
Just
remake.
bad news. That's all
No,
it is. Just bad
Like,
news.
yeah, this is gonna be shit. Like, clearly it's gonna be shit.
Well,
We know it is.
We don't need to list them, but like we're looking at over like 30 examples at this point of things we've loved being given newer versions, and they're absolute horseshit. So
I'm
yeah.
sorry, Farscape needs more representation for non-binary people and the
There's too many
neurodivergent.
Australians in it.
Yeah,
Not enough bigot.
it needs more Muppets in it for sure.
Yeah, we need gay Muppets in it. That's what we need.
Yeah. Well, who knows what Pilot identifies as? It could be anything, man.
Yeah, that's true. That's a
Do you
good
guys
point.
remember the episode where Pilot almost kills Erin because he remembers that she's one of the people who? There's a lot of stuff I still remember about that show, even though I haven't seen it in fucking donkey's years. Crazy.
Pilot got a really shit deal because he was artificially bonded with Moya, and for decades he lived in like constant agonizing pain because it was really fucking badly done.
Yeah.
But he just kind of put up with it because he's like, guess that's my life now. It's like,
Sounds like an allegory for the patriarchy.
it almost certainly was Gundam. It was.
Had to be.
I miss storytelling like that from back in the day when it was you had strong characters like Erin who were genuinely well written, played by a good actress. But yeah, they didn't need to constantly be putting the men down around them. Like they were actually just able to stand on their own merits. That was a crazy time.
Do you remember? I think this is the end of season 1 or 2, but she gets stabbed, and because peacekeepers are like modified humans, she's stabbed in such a way that she will die unless they get like a particular graft of a piece of skin or something from somewhere. And in his mission to do that, that's when he ends up crossing paths with Scorpius, and they get the stuff back to her, and she has to come in and save him because he's captured at that point, thanks to Scorpius figuring it out where nobody else was. It's like the fact that I remember all of this when I seriously haven't seen this show in like a decade. This is like, I already know that if we rewatched it, we'd have loads of fun because it's like they do loads of crazy fun stuff in it.
No, that was great. Like because Sebaceans, which is her species, like they suffer from heat delirium or something. Like if they get exposed to really high temperatures, they start to lose their minds and stuff. And there's like an episode of that where she's wrestling with it.
Yeah, and they deal with that as a story point. Like whenever there's loads of heat, she's like compromised, but he isn't. And that's the really cool thing about the show. There'll be several episodes where all of the aliens are shit and useless at a thing, but Crichton isn't because he's like uniquely not skilled in any particular thing. The human spirit manages to get him through though.
Yeah, and like as the show goes on, he becomes more and more like capable. Like he actually learns things and he progresses as a character. Like remember that? Remember character development? Remember progression? Remember how that was a thing?
You're now trying to tell me that Ray wasn't great.
I'm trying to tell you.
Chat might be able to correct me on this, but I think if I remember...
Oh shit, it's like Gundam's just died. I didn't take him out, honestly.
Crichton with
Putin got to him. Putin fucking missile striked him.
Yep.
So I'm gonna blink out next.
Tactical move, pick out Gundam.
I think for...
shit, what's that fucking like?
Oh no. Well, Gary...
Putin got Drinker!
Okay, I resurrected myself with the power of booze.
This just in, Russia has taken over parts of the Ukraine and my internet service provider.
Damn it, Baller. This is an opportunity to talk about Buffy for the next hour.
I was gonna say we almost had it.
You and Buffy, god damn it.
But one of the things I was just going to mention, someone can correct me on this if it's not true, but I remember reading it and then realizing it might be true. You know his like astronaut outfit, Crichton? He only switches out of it and starts wearing like alien clothing after he's first killed a person.
That's interesting.
It's near the end of season 1, I think, or it could be within like halfway through, but he kills someone for the first time and then he doesn't wear his Earth clothes anymore.
Yep. God.
Remember when he gets exposed to radiation and he's dying? And like it's like there's two Crichtons and one of them passes away because of that. Like, damn.
That was a radical bit of storytelling to split the crew up into two halves with a Crichton each, and then to have them all develop with one of them, and then him die, and then they come back together. Like, yeah, pretty neat.
And actually,
again, I remember it. You know, I feel like that's got to be worth something that I remember this shit.
Yeah. No, the episode I cited, and it's the one I've done an actual review on out of all the episodes that I've seen, and I don't know if you'll remember it more, is when the crew, like, they visit some historical site and they get zapped back in time to, like, when this big battle was actually going on, and Crichton and Erin are there, and there's basically a bunch of innocent civilians that they've got to try and save, and a small force of peacekeepers that are there. But in order for history to get back on track, because they fucked things up by their arrival there, they have to sacrifice one of the peacekeepers who Erin has become friends with and is really bonded with. and they have to basically send him to his death in order to get history back on track, and even that doesn't work, and they end up losing all of the civilians that they were sent to save. And I think that was the point where I realized this show does not fuck around. This is not a happily ever after kind of show. This has genuine repercussions for the characters, and it was so fucking well done.
Yeah.
Lots of good shit in Farscape, and it was pretty. You know, at times you could really tell the budget, but man, were they passionate. You know.
Yeah, it was quirky.
We have 5 seasons of Discovery though, so that should make up for it.
We can trade Mahler's knowledge of Farscape and Buffy for food when the Russians take over.
Yeah.
I don't know how much food that's gonna get you, but we'll try.
Random, I still think your theory of porn on VHS will be the barter of the future.
I told you, man, it could be a thing. Porn is probably shot up in price at the Ukraine currently.
Yep. I love that meme of adopt a Ukrainian. Have you seen that? That's great.
Honest to God, YouTube has been sending me these videos where it's like, maybe you want to date a Ukrainian woman. And I'm sitting there now and it feels very fucked.
Nah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe if they're in the country.
But I think she wouldn't mind dating me now.
I think, Tatiana's worried about her family back home, but, you know, we'll sort that out. All right.
We'll sort it out.
Yeah.
We'll buy her a puppy.
Yeah. Nah, shit, man. I know, but Gary, I know we were talking about this just before we went live. That we'd both watched The King's Man. I don't know if Gundam, if you've seen that at all.
I'm currently living it.
Yeah. Have you seen any of the Kingsman movies, like the first one with Samuel Jackson or that?
I have only heard of it till recently. If the Kingsman doesn't play in my Adobe timeline, I probably missed it. The only reason why I know Ukraine is in trouble is because I checked my phone today like an asshole. And I saw some crazy rich white woman telling Vladimir Putin that if she was his mother, he would have had life love. And he would never do these things if she was his mother. We should play a clip from that, but continue on. Far something man, final countdown. But it's
Kingsman. The Kingsman,
I was close.
which is a prequel to the Kingsman. The Kingsman 2 wasn't that great, but man was really good, dude. Like I wish I would have seen it in the theater.
Yeah, it was weird. It just seemed to come and go in like the blink of an eye here in the UK. And it was really difficult to get your hands on, and then it just appeared on Disney Plus, and it was like, oh, okay, I'll finally get a chance to watch it now. And I really liked it. Like we were discussing earlier, like it kind of presents itself as this fairly lighthearted adventure story, but then about halfway through it just takes a really fucking dark turn out of nowhere, and like, holy shit, like it, that's when it gets real. But I enjoyed it for the most part. It definitely had some pacing issues. It was a little bit flabby at times, and it kind of took a while to get going. But I love how they kind of work real historical events into it to some extent that are actually fairly accurate. Like, because it's like for Mauler and Gundam, it's set just before World War One, and then during it. So it's like the things that happened to trigger World War One. It's almost like Spectre from the fucking Bond movies, like this evil organization that's out to like bring about a global war.
I thought this was the movie with the Vikings and Bjork.
No, but I want to see that one too.
That's is that the Last Kingdom or the Northman?
It's got
I'm sitting here like, Vikings before World War One? That's not right. I don't care how high I am.
How drunk am I tonight?
Charles Dance is in it. Is he in it for more than 5 seconds?
He is, yeah.
Oh my god, I'll have to see this. This needs to happen.
Yeah. No, he's in it, and he's pretty good in it. Ralph Fiennes is really good. And yeah, like they've got like the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand that started World War One. That's fairly accurate in terms of how it happened with the bombs and then the shooting and stuff. They've got Rasputin in it, who's like this fucking like sword fighting lunatic. He's great.
Oh, he's brilliant. I know I'm going to be for Halloween, Rasputin for sure.
Yeah, you can definitely. You get a wig, get a wig like really long and stuff. You're good to go.
Dude, they tried to get the historical accuracy right. Like, I don't want to ruin it, but Rasputin dies Okay, he just dies, and they try to get the picture of him, that his death that's on, like, you can see it on Wikipedia. They try to mimic that pretty well, which was pretty cool. Yeah, they weave in some really cool historical events, and the stinger is hilarious, dude.
I've seen that out of context. I thought it was funny as fuck.
So that
I love the fact that it's like a Scottish guy as well who's the villain, and he's just mad because someone took his fucking cotton mill away from his family.
It's so,
We're all fucking global mega villains just trying to ferment war, us Scottish people.
I loved it. So yeah, it takes a bit to get going, but once it does, it's a little 1917, man. It's got a little bit of that, you know. It shows the horrors of war. It shows, you know, God, they're digging. They're in the trenches, and yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a really cool movie.
No, I really liked it, and we just started talking about it before the stream started. It's one of those few movies in Hollywood now that actually portrays fathers in a really positive light. Like Ralph Fiennes is, the father figure in this movie. His young son, is a teenager. He's eager to get out there and make his mark on the world. When the war kicks off, he wants to get out and serve on the front lines so he can win medals and stuff. And Ralph Fiennes is trying to keep him safe. He's trying to keep him away from all of that. And he's very much portrayed as like a good, honorable man who just wants to protect his family. And you absolutely understand why, considering what's happened to him in his life. And I just thought, damn, it's such a rare fucking thing for Hollywood movies now to portray fathers as really good men. You so rarely get it.
It's kind of like a good movie. You so rarely get it. It's maybe part of it's Starving Man in the Desert, but I don't think so. I really loved it. I'll probably watch it again.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to say as well, because we were talking a little bit about Rings of Power there, and I'm sure most of you know that Amazon released a lovely video and then promptly unlisted it, where it was the Lord of the Rings super fans, and they were going to be talking about their impressions of the Rings of Power, and they gave genuinely great, insightful commentary on it, and I had about 20 minutes before we started this stream, and I spliced together a little video giving their best thoughts. So I'll see if I can bring it up, and maybe we can take a quick look at it.
Just dropped with a teaser trailer, and I'm here. Fellowship of Influencers. Alright, 3 words to describe the Rings of Power teaser trailer. Go.
I also want to say representative. Diversity, especially on screen, as a matter of
In the original film series, which I absolutely adored, but there are not many women in it, and the 3 women who are in it never speak to one another.
I think that gives you a pretty good idea of like the tone of this, and the kind of things that these people were looking for in their fiction. The number of times they talked about diversity and representation and seeing themselves on screen. It was just a wonderful little trip down narcissism lane, and man, I just have a hard time believing that any of these people know anything about Lord of the Rings beyond like watching the movies once about 10 years ago.
That's me. Actually, I've seen them 3 or 4 times each.
Yeah, you know more than these guys do. And I think you would never profess to be like an expert on this shit.
Oh, God, no. I told you, the most I know about Lord of the Rings is the movies and fucking Led Zeppelin, dude.
I've seen them a similar amount of times. We had a few zeros onto that.
I used to fight with my friend in the band because he was a Lord of the Rings guy and I was a Star Wars guy.
Yeah. But
That's how it used to be.
But then, you know, there's a million people out there that they could have picked who were genuine experts on this stuff, who knew the lore back to front, who'd seen the movies, you know, however many times, who'd read the books dozens of times over, and they could bring genuine insight to it. But instead, they picked these just fucking randoms.
They're all influencers according to something.
Apparently, yeah. Who I've never heard a single one of them before.
One was an actor, and like I went to all their YouTube videos. I guess okay. So I forgot her name, but the one who was just saying that the women don't talk to each other. She's a TikToker who does Harry Potter videos. The other one does like, I don't know what the hell she does. To be honest, I didn't want to watch any of her stuff. I just searched Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, LOTR, Rings of Power. Couldn't find anything. They like some videos came up because the search engine sucks, but they didn't talk about Lord of the Rings. Somebody might have mentioned it in the comments that made it come up in the search, or it's in the tags. I'm not really sure, but no. I'm forgetting the YouTuber's name again. I suck. But another YouTuber had found that they did identical videos for Spain.
Yeah.
For other countries, and I don't think they said identical things, but they definitely had identical reactions when they were walking up to the event itself.
Yeah, I think the Quartering put out a video about that, where he referenced that initial video where they were all played side by side, time synced, and it was just the same fucking thing over and over again, following the same directions, and it's just all of it is fake. All of it is managed. All of it is carefully controlled. None of it is genuine reactions to anything. And this is, I guess, the biggest red flag of all with a show like this. Like, you can't even trust people to just have genuine, honest reactions to something.
Yeah, it's gonna fake a fandom almost.
Yeah.
Which is used to be they were like, we'll make something that they'll like, and then they will celebrate and share it. Now it's like we will create who celebrates and shares it. We will define who that will be. It's like, yeah, that'll work out great.
It's too risky to make something good and have a genuine fan reaction. That costs money. They spent billions on this. What's another 100,000, 200,000 to get some influencers who might have seen or heard of Lord of the Rings or looked at the book at a bookstore once?
These are the bad faith actors Frost talked about.
Yeah.
Frost predicted all of this shit.
Yeah.
Dude, what is it? 6 months from now, that's gonna be everywhere. Big old fights on the internet about how gatekeeping's mean, how this is the best Lord of the Rings has been since Peter all that shit.
Oh, honestly, gatekeep everything for fucking ever. Like, have like a 6-month wait period before you can get into a fandom. You have to fucking prove yourself and earn it, because the infiltration of basically everything that used to be good and was organically grown to be like enjoyable because people genuinely liked it, it's absolutely pathetic now, and they destroy everything that they touch. Like you've said before, you could fucking fill reams of sheets of paper with the number of franchises that have just been sacrificed with this shit and just trodden under the boot of like remakes and identity politics and diversity and like updating it for a modern audience. And it's all fucking garbage. Like, nobody wants it, nobody likes it, but like all you get is these bad faith actors, and I mean actors in the literal sense, who pretend to like it so that they can push their fucking bullshit politics into whatever fandom it is.
Oh yeah, they're the same people who loved Boba Fett a week ago, and now they're probably forgotten the show existed.
Yep.
They're moving on to the next thing. It's like, what happens now?
Just wait for the next thing.
It's the wheel of, what is it, diversity or inclusion or whatever, where it's like people come into the fandom, they demand little changes, they start to push people out, everyone leaves, and then they're like, oh, go and create your own fandom, and then it's like, why can't we join your fandom again? And then it just keeps going round and round. It's a virus. That's all it is.
Yeah, it's a virus that we need to like. I guess the only shining a light on it is working. I think this one is a bridge too far. They just messed with the wrong fandom, with a fandom that reads.
This is a fandom that's fermented for like 60 years.
Yeah.
You know, this has been stewing for a long time.
I think you have that on top of all the other events, right? Because like I think Game of Thrones having happened like so a while ago, and then Star Wars having been destroyed, Doctor Who having been destroyed, Star Trek being destroyed, maybe Lord of the Rings was just one step too far. The fans are like, you know what? We can see the writing on the wall. We don't want this to happen.
If George Lucas had as precise, or even half as precise, or even a 16th as precise as Tolkien was with his lore, it'd be a different story. It's difficult to fight Star Wars when Disney gets rid of the EU, and it sucks. You fans, you have all of my sympathy. But like, there's an attachment, Lord of the Rings fans, like hardcore or not, everybody likes Tolkien. Who doesn't like Tolkien? A guy who liked trees, like what's there to hate about this guy? He gave us a nice happy ending. It's a good story. It's lasted for decades. And, if you go and watch his interviews, he felt so strongly about this. And if you guys know how it started, the lore goes, he was writing like little stories to his son. That's how a lot of this started. He had some of the lore out, I guess from childhood, but
well, he wrote some of his initial work was done when he was in the trenches in World War I, and like he was behind the lines, he was kind of bored, and he started to write down like ideas for his Middle Earth and his mythology for England. That's what he described it as.
Compare those two like the ways of writing, right? That with what the people who are writing it now, like
this exactly is what I was going to bring up. Is like, this is a guy who fought in the Battle of the fucking Somme. And now, like, the people that are working on it now, and the people who champion this shit so fucking fervently, what fucking wars have you fought in? The great fucking Gamergate campaign of 2016. Yeah, fucking good stuff. And we lost a lot of good Twitter accounts out there.
What was that, Gundam?
The Battle of Dave and Buster's.
I mean, they genuinely claim they can gain PTSD from Twitter, so it's just like, okay.
I don't know. After Twitter today, I feel like I'm all messed up.
It's a terrible place to be.
I saw someone post, if Black lives don't matter, Ukrainian lives don't matter. I was just falling down a rabbit hole of retardation.
This is an intersection of retardation. This is what we've seen here. Like it's like a singularity. All the stupidity is getting sucked into one big vortex.
Oh my god, you can't escape those.
Yeah.
There's nothing reassuring about that analogy.
If Lord of the Rings wasn't enough, it's just like, you do wonder at that point, what would be enough? Because if like the fans didn't push back enough for Lord of the Rings, usually like, I think it's like, have they given up at this point maybe? What else would there be at that point? So thank fuck we are like, there is a huge pushback, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, and it's been, I didn't expect it. That's been.
I didn't think that would happen either.
Yeah, watching it go down over the last, I guess, 12 days now has been a bit of a white pill moment. I know it's not, things are not great right now, but like within this is a turning point that we needed. Like a freaking trailer getting ratioed, like a trailer in both the UK and America, that like unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of, and now it looks like everybody's getting the dislike extension, which it's pretty harmless. I hate putting extensions on my channel, and I have it on there. And the way I hear it, they're going to leave it. They're not going to take that extension away. So I think
I think it was interesting as well when I looked on the UK version, and like the entire, like as far as I could scroll down, it was all just the same quote from Tolkien, either in English or like Russian or whatever it might have been. Evil cannot create, it can only corrupt. And like people had just been absolutely spamming it with that. And I guess even the moderators had just said, fuck it, nah, I'm done. I can't keep up with this.
One of the reasons why I was worried this might not even have had this much pushback is the trailer for House of the Dragon got like really good reception, and I was like, oh guys, come on, it's only been like a few years, seems like you've forgotten. Right? But yeah, Lord of the Rings, those fans are not ready for this. They do not want this to happen, and
I guess the reason is because unlike something like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings isn't an expanding universe. It's very much been codified and laid down now, and it's had a long time for people to just absorb everything that there was to give with that. And
you know, loved for a while as a compact piece of material.
Exactly, yeah, and as awesome as it was, and as well researched as it was, that's literally all there was to it. It wasn't like Star Wars where they could constantly add to the mythos of it. And so when you come along now, and you know, Peter Jackson understood this perfectly well. That's why he said, like, we're just going to honor Tolkien's original vision. We're not going to put our own fucking politics or our own ideas into it. We're just going to try and stick to it as closely as we can, because that's what the fans expect, and that's what people want, and that's what's respectful.
Dude, it's downright uncanny to see comments like that back then. Like,
you would never get it now. No fucking way would you get it.
Not gonna get it. No.
And this
you know
is
what's important? The creator's vision. That's what's important. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. This is what does my head in, is this idea that, like, Lord of the Rings has to be modernized to reflect the modern audience. You know, it has to be for everyone. It has to. It's up to us to bring it into the present day. No, it fucking isn't. It was up to J.R.R. Tolkien to write it. He created it. It's one of the most beloved stories in the entire fantasy genre ever, because he did a really fucking good job of it. It's not up to you, you fucking retard, to try and put your own ridiculous stamp on it, and try and, like, put like a fucking mustache on the Mona Lisa. That's literally all you're doing here. You don't have the creative intelligence to be able to do something like that.
And that's why they're buying the IPs. It's a bunch of talentless fuckbags taking something someone else has done and then trying to improve upon it because they have great ideas. Just like when you have a woman over when you're editing the videos. You know what you should do in your video? This and this. Well, if you know, how about you do your own video instead of mine? Sorry.
Oh, give it time. They'll stop buying YouTubers and trying to make more of their videos without them.
That's already fucking happening.
Yeah.
Oh shit, like, we've all had those offers. Like, you get an email through, it's like, we'll give you like $100,000 for your channel. It's like, what the fuck would you do with it? It's like,
like,
it doesn't work like that.
Garbage.
It really doesn't work like that, though.
It really doesn't. But
no, I mean, like, influencers are paid off to do shit.
Oh yeah,
definitely. Yeah. Well,
like, I understand taking ads, you know, to make a little money off of the sponsorship. But when you're like trying to ski for China and you're from fucking America, and then doing like videos that are pro China on TikTok, that's like over the line for me.
Yep.
This well, I mean, even this video that I referenced just there, like the influencers and the fucking super fans reacting to it, like, literally 50% of the video was them gushing about the free event that they got to go to, where they were just dancing the night away. It had nothing to do with the show. It was just them talking about how good a party they had. It's like, could you make it blatant? Like, yeah, we got paid off to do this.
When they asked them specifically about the show, and they just said over and over, there's going to be some rings. We're going to see some rings, the forging of the rings. It's like, yeah, we got that in the title. But what about, like, the show? Are you excited to see it?
I love the fucking the woman who goes like, oh, why did the rings even get made in the first place? Like, it's literally explained in the books, the movies. Like, what more do you want?
It was that, like, they actually said that?
Yes, they said, why are we fighting?
I tapped out of the video the second the girl who had like a dead eye said, why isn't my disability represented? I flew off the handle. I stopped recording the video. I turned it off. I genuinely couldn't take it. If I made it there, I would have gone thermonuclear.
She obviously didn't watch the films, didn't think about Gothmog at all, and the disability that he overcame to complete legions of orcs. He almost made it. Hail Gothmog.
Honestly, like, that guy is stunning and brave, Gothmog. I think he deserves a round of applause.
He won't help. A guy wanted to help. He's not.
Does Gothmog have boy pussy? That's the real question.
I mean, his face probably did. Like, there was all kinds of weird shit going on there.
Yes. You know, they bought these rights. They paid a lot of money for them, and they have rights to stuff that they can make multiple shows out of if they want. I mean, if you want to do the Fall of Numenor, do the Fall of Numenor. That's a story by itself. That could be multiple stories by itself. If you want to do the Forging of the Rings of Power, do the Forging of the Rings of Power. That's a story by itself too. There's battles all over the Second Age. So they're going to take the Forging of the Rings of Powers and the Fall of Numenor, and those are only 2 of the 5 stories they'll do. Those are 1700 years apart. So they're going to compact that in like 2 weeks, 3 weeks maybe. Not sure how that happens, considering that the entire world literally changes after the fall of Numenor. And then they're going to mix in the Guess Who's Coming to Second Breakfast story with the Forbidden Love. And of course, you know,
oh my God, Gary, it's so diverse.
So diverse and powerful. So amazing. And it's just...
As a result of you pointing it out, they'll realize Gothmog was actually quite diverse, and they'll give him his own movie, TV
Don't
show.
see it happening unless he's gay.
Gothmog, a Star Wars story, maybe something like that.
I could see it happening, yeah. Like, might as well. Keep churning them out. Keep churning them out, Disney. People
Certainly
will keep
hope so.
watching like the clueless fucking consumers that they are.
Oh, God. You just, it's going to be funny because we're going to, you know, I think you mentioned it, no, Drinker, you mentioned it in a tweet. We're going to get to watch $1 billion burn. So that'll be...
Yeah.
We've watched it a lot so far already, haven't we? Really? Like,
I was just thinking back to this. Like, remember 10 years ago when like Breaking Bad and Game of Thrones were like hot shit, and like we were just sitting there thinking, man, we're in a golden age of like TV.
yeah.
Like genuinely good writing and you know, great character work. It was smart. It was they had big production values, big actors involved, and we thought, shit, this is great stuff. And look where we are now, just drowning in a tidal wave of mediocre shit.
And you know what? They earned their way to getting their viewers. Those shows, they had to fight tooth and nail because Game of Thrones, like, it's not like everyone knew. It's like, oh, those books everyone loves. Yeah, well, we'll see. It's like a lot of people are like, what the fuck is a Game of Thrones? What's a Song of Ice? I don't know what that is. And then it's like, oh, Sean Bean's in it. I guess I'll give it a shot. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, this is really cool.
Sean B's not in it now.
No, he's not. Gone straight.
Yep.
I think he showed interest in coming back even as a flashback. They never used it.
Oh, they got the guy who's playing Elrond.
Yeah.
To play, and he looked more like Ned Stark than he does Elrond for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, he was also in The King's Man. That's right.
Was he?
He's in that pivotal moment.
Oh yeah. I know who you mean. Yeah. God damn, that was a tough moment to watch.
Oh, yeah. But with Lord of the Rings, this is going to be they've committed to 5 seasons. So I mean, I'm committed to watch every episode of this shite. I'm going to watch every second of it and tear it apart. You know, just some guy mentioned it in his video, and I totally agree. I would have been this, and I'm sure all of us would have been. If it was good, we would have been the show's biggest fan. I'd have loved to have reviewed every episode, and, you know, have it be like, you know, the first couple of seasons of Game of Thrones, except Lord of the Rings. Have it be Lord of the Rings. It'd be fucking awesome. It'd be great.
I think if it had been made, I don't know, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, like with the different climate in Hollywood, I would have been so much more excited about it. And just like you say, Gary, you know, if I thought they were going into this with good intentions to just tell a really fucking good story, they weren't going to inject politics into it. They weren't going to try and like modernize it for today's audience. Yeah, I'd be more than happy to see that happen because there's a whole lot of stuff you could explore before the Lord of the Rings or whatever outside of that particular time period. Great, but that's not what we're going to get, and we all know that. We can see it from the trailer, we can see it on the press releases, the Vanity Fair articles, everything, and so I don't know what they expected. I don't know how they expected this to succeed when this was how they were going to market it. They would have done so much better to downplay all this crap and just say, you know, even if they were just out and out fucking lying, it would have generated so much more enthusiasm amongst the fan base just to say, hey, we're just out to tell a great Tolkien story. We want to expand on the lore of Middle-earth. We're not interested in politics. We just want to tell a great story and have fun with it. That would have got people on board.
Yeah, their decisions in their 1 minute trailer show all of their intentions. For one, I just think they're completely disconnected from the audience. No, I know they're completely disconnected from the audience. And I think a lot of the backlash has to do, it's the culmination of all the bullshit that's happened over the 4 years. Fans, paying customers, regular people are just waking up to this shit. And now you can't pull it anymore. You just can't. It's even failing with Marvel. Right. So Marvel still has the Marvel stands out there on Twitter. But if you go look at the dollars and cents of everything, it's degrading. Now, that could be the law of diminishing returns as well. I just think that was sped up with crap. And that was proven when Spider-Man came out and just blew doors and made all that money. And their previous films ate shit. And there's no doubt about it at this point. If one movie made money, it was $30. That won't even cover like an hour of one person working catering. So like it's starting to happen. I don't think Hollywood's going to stop anytime soon, but we might start seeing those miserable failures that they need to change.
At least the Rings of Power was honest with us. If they pulled a Battlefield 2042, everyone would have been even more pissed.
Yep.
The first Battlefield trailer, you're like, all right, fucking Battlefield, yeah. Then the game came out and you're like, what the fuck is this? This isn't what the commercial was.
To be fair, they could still be doing that.
It couldn't possibly get worse.
Who knows how bad the actual thing is.
Famous last words, Gundam.
Ah, yeah, you're right. Every time I say that, it gets worse. Fuck.
I think anytime you set a game like that in the near future, and you've got kind of crazy technology at play, it just, I don't know, man, it loses people. It's like when they tried to do that with the Call of Duty series, and like they made it like you were in space and shit and floating around. Like nobody fucking wanted that.
Well, people like Titanfall, right? It's just a different franchise, though.
Well, Titanfall, you're not floating in space.
No, but it's all very high tech.
Yeah, but like that's Titanfall though. It was built on that idea.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that there's going to be people out there who it'll appeal to, but COD fans probably don't want it.
Well, I think with COD fans, it's like they very much found their niche. It's like, okay, Call of Duty Modern Warfare. So, okay, they want it set in the present day with technology that's believable, or at least like almost what we have right now. Instead, they either go ridiculously off into the future with advanced warfare, or they for some reason like go ass backwards and they throw it back to the Second World War with Vanguard, and suddenly you've got these like fucking dinosaur guns that are just ass and recoil, and you can't aim for shit. And it's like that's not what people wanted. They didn't get involved in this for this kind of crap. They wanted something that was somewhat representative of what we have today.
So you didn't support there being female soldiers in the battlefield during World War II.
I'm such
Support
a
our
bigot.
females.
And I didn't support like samurai warriors with two fucking robotic arms and like rotating samurai swords on them, like on the battlefield in World War II, because the slightly pedantic part of me thought it doesn't feel quite real.
It's weird that you admit your bigotry so openly these days.
Yeah,
I know.
Glad.
This is what I've become. I'm comfortable with what I am.
This is what power does to a man.
Yeah. Power corrupts, and absolute YouTube power corrupts absolutely.
He hits 1 million subs.
I know this is
the mask.
Yeah, I was sour on the fair before this. Now it's like I've got the ring of power right there.
There, motherfucker. Oh my god. I can't wait till we see a full on trailer from this. And again, they're deliberate decisions with a 1 minute teaser to show like Galadriel, who's already this powerful, character that
amazing
everybody knows, and then they put her in like garbage looking armor that looks Numenorian, doesn't look elven. And and then they followed up with the article, which is even worse. And then after the article, another one comes out from Vanity Fair, which is almost a response to everybody's criticisms, which it was. That's exactly what it was. And the Access Media has been out there running their toxic fan shit, and they're just failing. They're failing at every turn. I fucking love it. It's been so enjoyable. I was recording my video, and I'm sitting there watching the count. I'm refreshing, and when it ratioed, I was like, yeah! it was like my go Galadriel. I was so fucking happy.
Remember when we used to be that happy on New Year's Eve?
Right? Yeah, it was ball dropping in
I
New
haven't
York for me.
remembered any New Year's Eve since 2007.
You guys were talking about 10
days.
years ago, and I'm sitting there like, Breaking Bad came out 10 years ago, and Game of Thrones, what the fuck was I doing?
Getting high.
But it is funny to think about as well. Like, you have to consider when you're using characters like Elrond and Galadriel, people are going to picture Hugo Weaving and Kate Blanchett. But, you know, maybe you want to adapt it differently, and then they openly say, like, no, they will grow into those roles. And it's like, they don't look anything like him. What do you mean? Like,
Yeah, nobody
if you
grows
hadn't-
to look like Hugo Weaving. Like,
Except Hugo
not how-
Weaving.
If you hadn't
Yeah,
told me
yeah.
what the names of those people are, I never would have guessed that that's who they were. I would have been like, Gary, who's the girl in the armor? Is that Wombolina? Like, I have no fucking clue.
The
Arwen,
new
there.
Skyrim looks great.
Hey, that,
So has Celebrimborn been even like referenced in the trailers so far? Like, has he even appeared? 'Cause
no, he was referenced in an article. And Celeborn, who is her husband, Celebrimbor is he's in Eregion, or Eregion. I can't pronounce it in the proper Tolkien vernacular. But Celeborn, which you saw in in Fellowship of the Ring, they haven't mentioned him once, and he's
Funny
with her
that, eh?
a lot. It's a very heteronormative relationship. So I don't know if they'll. That'd be funny if they I bet you he'll be greatly diminished.
I
just
love
be-
that piece of feedback from the super fan, where they were talking about how there was so few women in the Lord of the Rings, and they never all talked to each other, so they could break they could pass the Bechdel test. But yeah, the whole premise was built on like, well, why aren't there more women fighting in this medieval fantasy war of the ring? And it's like, well, maybe it's because women are kind of shit at war, and they like Tolkien knew that, having fought in actual fucking wars
I know,
himself.
fucking right.
And maybe he thought, yeah, it doesn't really make much sense for women to be involved in this War of the Ring. That's why like characters like Galadriel are not like actively involved in the combat.
What did Johnny Lawrence say? It was in your video. They got tiny hollow bones.
Yeah. It was. I was torn between that and the bit where he says, "Same reason they don't allow women in the army. Just doesn't make sense."
We're about to find out how much sense it makes. Yeah, wearing armor and stuff. Like, yes, elven women are like super powered, and that's that. Yes, and she did fight like thousands of years, but she's thousands of years old at this point. Even when if it is a history of Middle Earth, she's old. Then I mean, she's full maturity at that point. She's not a kid.
4,000, I'd hope so.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, when they show her in Lord of the Rings, you know that bit where she's tempted to take the ring from Frodo, and she flips out
She
and
goes
goes
all
into like full
bipolar on
evil
him.
mode. Yeah, like that shows how a character like her is powerful beyond like the size of her fucking muscles. Like that's not important in terms of like the War of the Ring. It's about like your actual power as a magical entity. And she shows that she could have been that, but she turned down the temptation of the ring, and that was what was important for her character. But it's like, no, in the present day, like mentality of what characters have to be, it's like, well, they're not strong unless they can swing a fucking axe into your face. Like that's the
Galadriel
strength of a
can flip
character.
an orc with one arm, and she's not strong.
Yeah.
Well, remember what she does in The Hobbit as well? She in the movies, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that scene was in the book, but a lot of the stuff was added with like Saruman and stuff, right? For The Hobbit.
Yeah, but stuff was exaggerated, which Tolkien hated. But I love that scene in the movie. I fucking dug it. See, I'm with that. Yeah.
It got to me big time. So I was just like watching Christopher Lee get to do. You know, he's obviously not doing it, but he gets to have Saruman be a hero in that scene, which is, as you will all know, it's like he wanted to be a good guy throughout, like a lot of his acting career is just constantly cast as villains because he plays them magnificently. But then also wanting to be Gandalf, it's like, yeah, he gets to be the good white wizard in this scene. You're like, oh, look at him go. Like, I'm very glad he got that, especially after the fucking theatrical cut of his death scene, which is insane.
Dude,
Literally cutting it, I mean.
I mean, the Hobbit trilogy is going to probably benefit as much as the prequels did as soon as Rings of Power came out.
People
Because
like, "Oh,
I'm not
that
gonna
bad,
lie,
were they?"
I have slated the Hobbit trilogy for being dumb as fuck and being so reliant on CGI and being so cartoonish,
Bloated. Yeah.
bloated, yeah.
And it ruins like little small good scenes that are in it, and it could definitely be cut down into one movie probably. But there's like parts I liked, and I like that part. I like the part where they're at Dol Guldur and they're fighting. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, like they were doing like Elrond. I think he says when he sees the ring wraiths, he's like, "You should have stayed dead." It's just like, hey, this is pretty badass. Like, that scene is such a like, hey, you guys want to see the three from Lord of the Rings? There you go. There they are. They're like, yay.
Yep, that was our little key jangling moment. But
See,
they used to know how to do it way better.
well, you know what would have been, what would be interesting with this show is if they were to explore the 9 rings of power for the rings of men, and because in the books they're described as great kings of men and great leaders. Like, they're not evil necessarily. They're just men who are concerned with the security of their own kingdoms, and that's what seduces them to the rings of power. But I know that they're going to be portrayed as fucking morons who just like walk blindly into this shit. Because you can't have any nuance to characters like that. You can't have a tragic anti-hero type character that's going to end
men
up
are
becoming
bad.
a ring wraith.
yeah, exploring. You're absolutely right. Exploring the Nazgul, if it was done right with Tolkien's in mind, would be brilliant. Because imagine we get to know these characters, and then they become the Nazgul, and like there's a good guy trapped in there, and there still might be some good in him, but he has no will anymore. Like he's basically he's a thrall. He's just there.
Well, I love that scene on is it Amun Hen when Frodo gets stabbed with the blade of the Weathertop. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, and he puts the ring on just temporarily, and he gets to see the ring wraiths in their actual real physical form, and they're like these withered husks of men, but he can see them clearly, whereas no one else can. And I just thought that was such an interesting insight into what these fucking things are, and how interesting would it be to explore that. That they're these tortured souls that like were once good men who wanted to do great things with their lives, but they've been seduced by this power, and become like these horrifying, like mindless servants of a greater evil. That would be interesting stuff to explore, but like we're never going to get it. We're never going to get that kind of nuance.
Their design, by the way, and their voices, it's like, oh, fucking nailed it. And then Witch King's mask, like Lord of the Rings has a cool factor, okay? So it made fantasy so much cooler to the average person.
Yep.
I did love when Eowyn just shoves her sword right through the Witch King's fucking face, like straight in there.
How they tried to throw that at us, like, oh, they would hate this. It's
the same shit they do with Ripley and Sarah Connor. Same shit, different thing.
Isn't it interesting with those characters though, Marwa, when like people will level that criticism at you, like, oh, you just hate all women, and it's like, well, you just picked like Ripley and Sarah Connor because like they're controllable women, like they're old or like something that you've become comfortable with, but like you couldn't handle a modern version of that. It's like, no, I just wouldn't want to accept a shit version of that. That's the difference.
Surely Arcane means that we're fine now, right? Arcane's done it. We're fine now. We can reference that forever. Two female leads, both very strong, independent well, one of them's a lesbian.
Well,
so.
I mean, I did that. I used that as an opportunity to hit out people that have decided to like have a go at me, and I was like, yeah, like this just proves what a fucking ass-tard you are. It's like this is exactly the kind of characterization and good writing that I've been looking for fucking years, and here we are, a show that actually delivers it, and I'm praising it to the high heavens. Who would have thought it?
Yeah, like if it were true that you really just, because like the same thing gets said about me. It's like it has to be a white male leader. You won't like it. It's like it's really not true, but keep saying it if it makes you feel better.
Yep. Well, that just means they have no argument. And that tweet, that AON tweet that you destroyed, Drinker, like that they proved our point. They just absolutely proved our point for us. No, that was in the book. We liked it. By the way, that was written in 1955, so all the shit you're seeing in the last 4 years isn't new. And Tolkien was inclusive in his own fucking story, and he does have different races in his own that are actually different. They have different lifespans, different strengths, different levels of wisdom, different desires. They're actually different. Instead of just skin, and they still come together at the end, which is cool as fuck.
I tell you, man, like future generations, if they even fucking exist, because we might all get fucking annihilated in a nuclear war soon, but if they do look back on us, they're going to look back on us as the generation that contributed nothing to human development. Like this time that we're living in, this is the time that we did nothing good. And I'm sorry that I'm living through it, and I'm sorry you guys are as well. I wish we could have done better, but this is what we've ended up with.
Hey, I tried my best, man. I'm not going to lose the American Empire without kicking and screaming.
Several long videos were made, okay? Like, what else do you expect?
We did all that we could.
I promoted Commando to everyone that will listen, and that's all I can do.
Yeah, like laughing and mocking at it. I guess it's our contribution, and it might. Yes, things are bad right now, but I don't know. Always look back in the past and see how far we've come, and it's a bumpy ride, but I think we'll be all right. We might, I think there's definitely a setback here, and it's going to be our turn to do some shit. We've been very comfortable lately. Very comfortable. Our grandfathers, that World War II generation, gave a lot of us a good life. And
hey, I fought in gang wars. I'm done with bullets whizzing by my head.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it myself, my friend. But yeah, and that's why I don't want anybody. Well, that's why I don't want. I don't think we should be fighting at all. But that's me.
Is it the case that like when you become too comfortable, you just like as a society you become complacent and then
borderline retarded?
Yeah, I think so. And like shit ideas take hold, and it's like you almost need something to shake you up a little bit and remind you like, oh yeah, this is the kind of qualities that you need to have in order to like not die.
In order for that to happen, there had to be a major fallout, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it takes, but I don't know. Like I feel like collectively as a culture, we need a bit of a wake up call. We need a shake to give us something to care about now.
You're trying to tell me that this tweet from the exhibitor saying that we need to stop the Batman movie going to Russia and stop sending comic books to Russia to just teach Putin a fucking lesson isn't enough, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. That's extreme Gundam. I don't think we need to get to that kind of level because
it's already out there on Twitter.
That's mutually assured comic destruction right there. I don't think we need that.
I think if we send Marvel comics to Russia, I would see them as a weapon. Although we have
they are a weapon of mass retardation. And
that's how we beat
they've been
Russians.
effective in this country.
We make them as retarded as we are. It's the only way.
I think so. Yeah, I just I love the idea of Russian people seeing like the kind of shit that we talk about on Twitter. Not us, but like the thing that's kind of in the public consciousness, like microaggressions and people wanting to identify as like refrigerators or whatever. And they just laughing their asses off.
I was reading this tweet like this morning, where this guy was talking about the importance of like non-binary representation in the Ukraine or some shit. It was just that crazy.
Yeah.
I told you I was kind of.
You got all that going on, but then you've also got like this, I don't know if you've seen this. It's just a photo of one of the many different tweets that exist. But in response to like the fear of war, you got people being like, okay, but like, can we pause until Multiverse of Madness comes out? I want to see that first. It's like, are you
What?
are you fucking serious? Like, as you can see, they've already been ratioed on that tweet. But like, what the fuck?
This is exactly like. Have you read World War Z? Not the movie, but the book.
No.
Well, there's bits in that where people are like, they were like TikTokers and like YouTubers and stuff, and they were literally like obsessing over like the most trivial garbage. Even as zombies were like overrunning the fucking building that they were in, and that just like exactly speaks to this. Like, hey, Sargon, you're here.
Good evening, gentlemen. Sorry I took so long.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It seems like there's things happening in the world today. You know, we figured it might.
Yeah. Nothing important was going on. You know, just a regular day.
Oh,
it's
man,
like
your orb.
Yeah, thanks very much. It cost me loads. I got off eBay.
Yeah, pretty neat. What can we possibly talk about? Oh man,
I don't know. I mean, Lord of the Rings has been pretty serious.
We had discussed the Rings of Power a little bit. Now, I know you're not a pop culture man as such, but like I'm assuming this is something that you're kind of into. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can't deny the political dimension of what's happening to Lord of the Rings right now, right? So,
yeah.
And I do think culture. Well, yeah, it's cancer though, isn't it? It's like, what the hell is going on? Why is this constantly happening? And I was thinking about this because, like, there are very few properties that you could say are resistant to sort of left-wing infiltration, right? But Lord of the Rings, I think, is one of those things because it's like, I don't know, it's got this kind of intrinsic right-wing theme to it. And I was thinking, okay, like, so the leftists are constantly trying to like subvert and undermine and be like, okay, we're going to replace these characters, we're going to change these stories, and essentially we're going to liquidate what the thing is. And the reason, I mean, and I'm not like, I don't normally care about like left or right or something like that, you know, and there's loads of stuff that I enjoy, but it's just one of those things where it's becoming so overt, I found myself having to think about it, right? And so I was just like, okay, so what is it that makes something right wing? And there was this Czech president who used to arbitrarily declare that things were left or right wing, and everyone in his country was just like, what the fuck are you talking about? So they'd be like, skiing, oh, that's left wing, you know, like, whereas mowing the lawn, that's right wing, you know, and it's just like, what? Right, and so, but the thing is, he had a logic behind it. If you look at the things, because what he's defining as like right wing and left wing is things that uphold order and things that like expand categories and things that like make things more inclusive. And so, like, by this metric, Lord of the Rings is a deeply right wing property, because the entire point of the Fellowship of the Ring is to try and uphold the proper ordering of the world, so Sauron doesn't come and conquer it and, you know, diversify Gondor and whatnot with his orcs of peace. So it's like, you can see
he wants a way to view it. You're supposed to destroy it all.
I think Sauron represents a totalitarian, like, you know, monoculture, in that orcs would be literally the only dominant species on the planet.
No, Sauron. I mean, Sauron's hordes are very diverse. You know, he's got lots of different kinds of orcs, and
we're like the Fellowship.
He's got the Southrons, hasn't he? The
Easterlings.
Easterlings, yeah.
The Easterlings, yeah, that's it. And just different kinds of orcs, and you know, he's got Saruman and all these. You know, he's brought together quite a big coalition. But the point is, he's not happy that the Gondorians and the Rohirrim and all this are just like living their lives, and they have their thing with defined boundaries. This is where we live. This is how we do things, and we've got a particular sort of way of life here. And he's like, no, I'm conquering all of this. And the whole point of the Fellowship is basically to be able to take his ability away from and destroy this corrosive. And Sauron, throughout the whole of the Lord of the Rings mythos, has been a subversive character. You know, at one point I've got like, at the Load Seasons, there are a bunch of guys who are really into the Lord of the Rings, a lot more than I am. And so they've read the Silmarillion, and in various ages, like, he's joined the humans, he's tried to reform, and then he just subverts and poisons the courts and stuff, and then brings down their civilization from the inside before he goes like totally evil and stuff like this. And so, like, the thing that makes Lord of the Rings right wing is there's a positive assertion of how things should be. There's a particular order here that the Fellowship is trying to uphold, And the only other piece of media I can think of that's similarly like intrinsically right wing like that is Warhammer, you know, and 40k. And I'm becoming a little bit obsessed with it because it's like, oh my god, like I can see why they forced Games Workshop to disavow the Space Marines, because the Space Marines are like the pinnacle of order. You know, the whole point of the universe is that the forces of chaos and evil and all that, they're going to tear apart everything that mankind has built up. And so, like, that's the entire purpose of the Space Marine faction, is to defend those boundaries and borders and those things. And so I can see why, like, these are like the last outposts of decent pop culture at this point. You know, it feels like on every front, like everything else is just fucking collapsing. There's nothing else. I mean, what's good now? Like, what do you guys, in the last 5 years, what have you guys watched and you're like, yeah, that's fucking brilliant?
No,
Well, I think with us, it's not so much like bringing back old things. It's more the invention of new things. Like Muller and I talked about Arcane quite extensively, like being, you know, a really good stab at creating like an interesting mythos. You know, we've covered things like Squid Game. I'm planning to review All of Us Are Dead, like South Korean zombie stuff.
The Busan isn't even a count, right?
Yeah. But
No,
yeah, like
nothing out of the West though, right?
No, we're not like, and this is what I was saying just literally before you came on, is like our generation is going to be remembered as the generation that produced nothing good that contributed to human development.
Yeah.
We have not produced good culture that's going to be remembered down the decades. And I think that's just it speaks to where we're at as a culture. That
It's gross, isn't it?
Well, we're not capable of creativity at the moment, in the normal sense, in the sense that previous generations were able to do it, because we're so constrained by like rules.
It's just the people who are in charge now have a war against creativity and excellence. That's the thing.
Yep.
Excellence is a great term too.
Well, they've got a war against meritocracy and the idea that, like, well, whoever's going to rise to the top is just who's best for it. And it's like, no, we have to define the demographics of who's best for rising to the top.
That sounds big.
And that's where the fucking problem is, because the people that you want to rise to the top might not always do it, because they might not be the best people for that job. They might not be the most intelligent. They might not be the most creative. That's just fucking life. Life's not always fucking fair. The guy that you want to succeed might not always succeed because he's not the smartest and he's not the most creative. And that sucks, but hey.
So you're saying in like 3000, the year 3000, they're not going to be talking about how we, the generation of the Book of Boba Fett, and what we achieved.
We're going to be remembered for coronavirus, bro.
So someone give me a rundown.
Sargon talks about the fucking Space Marines from Warhammer, right? Do you think the Imperium of Man in Warhammer is concerned with having the most diverse Imperial Guard that they can?
Absolutely not.
They want to make sure that women get the best shot that they can in the Imperial Guard. No, they don't. They want the most disposable meat bags that they can throw into the fucking fray, to kill as many of the enemy disposable meat bags as possible before they themselves get annihilated. That's all they care about. Who's the most efficient person for doing that? Get them in there. That's all it is. It's a horrifying meat grinder of a society, but that's what they have to be in order to survive in that climate.
And the thing is, if you look at it, like, the forces of chaos are very, very similarly mapped to the left as well. The sort of like social justice.
Come on,
dude. Do you no? Hey, okay.
Who's Nurgle? Who's Nurgle?
Nurgle is the Fat Pride movement and there's a strain of social justice.
You're right.
But no.
I told you he was fucking making sense.
A year and a half ago or so, right? I'm not even making this up, right? California decriminalized giving people AIDS.
Oh yeah.
What?
Yeah, you can like have sex with somebody and like not have to tell them.
You don't have to tell them. I got to double check to make sure that passed. I know they were pushing it through at the time, and it's the same San Francisco politician who wanted to he wants to normalize other dastardly things.
Oh, sorry, it was in 2017. I'll put a link in the thing. I just googled it. I thought it was only a year ago, right? California lowers penalty for knowingly exposing partners to HIV. Right, so this has gone from being a felony to being a misdemeanor, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, someone in chat saying that as well.
Yeah. So it's just like, okay, how is that not a Nurgle policy? Right, that's exactly what Nurgle would do.
That's somewhere
right?
between Nurgle and Slanesh, isn't it?
It is, yeah, right. But okay, so you've got Khorne, and it's Khorne is a religion of peace. Okay, it's just purely about blowing stuff up and killing people, right? So that's one thing, right? You've got Nurgle.
Mostly peaceful corn protests.
Mostly peaceful Khorne protests, right? Then you've got Slanesh, which is of course the LGBT lobby, right? You've seen the Pride parades. We don't need to say any more on that. Then you've got Tzeentch, which is all about intellectualism and subversion. So Tzeentch is academia. And it's just like, fuck, man. And all of these things are attacking the Imperium for not being inclusive enough of their perversions or, infiltrations or whatever it is. Like it's very, very left and right wing if you look at it like that. And it's like, fucking hell. It maps on really closely. And like Games Workshop were like, oh, we disavow the Imperium's hate. And it's like, right, so you've got Khorne berserkers literally chopping off heads for fun and for the worship of their god, but you didn't disavow them. You've got the Slaneshis perverting, literally like turning everyone into sex slaves, didn't disavow them. Got Nurgle literally spreading disease, didn't disavow that. And you've got Tzeentch, which is literally about lying to everyone to make them ruin their lives, didn't disavow that. But you disavow the Space Marines. That's really interesting, isn't it?
It's really important to respect people's cultures.
Well, exactly. That's exactly it. That's literally the latest Tzeentch fucking advertising campaign. We need to respect our culture. But it's just mad how so I found this thing, right? Literally in 1986 in one of the manuals, right? And this is a quote from a Games Workshop manual. Quote, since Slanesh is neither male nor female, but a hermaphrodite, the members of the Jade Scepter have invented a new personal pronoun, Shem. Thus, they avoid the use of the more cumbersome he or she and him or her without recourse to the impersonal it. Shem is used for both subject and object, while Shems replaces the possessive pronoun with his or her, from his or her. With similar obsessiveness, the cultists are always careful to use the neutral word deity instead of god or goddess. Literally, Slanesh,
they saw this coming. What was this from
Slanesh has a
1986?
personal fucking pronoun. 1986.
Damn.
How is this not the forces of fucking chaos? Well, I'm just
We
saying.
don't have any of the cool stuff like power armor or like warp travel or anything. We've
I
got all
know.
the shit parts of the Imperium, but not the good stuff.
Yeah, we've
How
got
do
all the
we
chaos
fight?
parts. Yeah,
Damn.
but isn't that just mad though? Like how all the internal logic of it is basically the identical logic of these factions. So anyway,
Yeah, but the Chaos Gods, they represent all the negative aspects of the human psyche, don't they? Like greed, lust, like sexual
Yep.
perversion,
Yep.
gluttony, all that stuff. Like
It's
they
very
are just
progressive.
they are the manifestations of the negative human psyche. And wow, look what we have now.
Yeah.
It's
it's mad, isn't it?
What can I say?
And the SJWs are
how
beating
did we
on
end
Games
up in this
Workshop's door.
timeline?
I mean, what was the? Let me Warhammer's for everyone. That was the little thing they put out, right? Let me read this out.
I hate when that happens when something's taken over. The first thing you hear it's for everyone, as if it wasn't before.
Oh,
Yeah.
and it's just definitionally not for everyone. Like, there's no way I'm going to get my nan to play Warhammer.
What?
Well, like your grandparents, they're like, oh, I don't really want to play Warhammer. It's like, no, it's for everyone. Get in this game now. Like it's not for everyone. It's for people who like it.
Yeah, like here we are. Like Drinker's going to become a 40k channel from now on. Honestly, that's a battle worth fighting. Like honestly, I would fight to protect 40k because
Yeah.
it's such an incredible lore. It's such an incredible
I
universe they
smell a
built
new
up.
channel.
But listen to this. This is amazing, right? Warhammer is for everyone. One of the great powers of our hobby is its ability to bring people together in common cause, to build bonds and friendships that cross divides. We believe in and support a community united by shared values of mutual kindness and respect. Our fantasy settings are grim and dark, but that's not a reflection of who we are or how we feel the real world should be. We will never accept nor condone any form of prejudice, hatred, or abuse in our company or in the Warhammer hobby. We will continue to diversify the cast of characters we portray through miniatures, art, and storytelling so everyone can find a representation and heroes they can relate to. And if you feel the same way, wherever and whoever you are, we're glad you're a part of the Warhammer community. And if not, you will not be missed. right?
See,
Warhammer
they
is for
had us
everyone.
in-
Get the fuck out.
they had us in the first half. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like in the initial part of that, it's like fine. You know, if you're interested in this stuff, you're welcome here. Doesn't matter where you come from. Doesn't matter what you are. Fine. You know, come in, enjoy our hobby. Great. But they should have stopped there. And they should have said, like, if you're willing to accept this universe that we've created for what it is and just enjoy it, brilliant, you'll be welcomed here. If not, maybe you should look somewhere else.
Yeah, the second someone starts going, we have to take down the capitalist system and you have to be for Black Lives Matter and Trans Lives Matter. And I'm like, bro, I just paint Gundam model kids. Get the fuck out of here with it.
I just want to see flamers go.
Yeah.
But that's all I want, you know.
But I love the idea that we're going to diversify and make sure everyone's represented. Well, I mean, the people who are complaining already are represented, so you should have just pointed that out, right? But the thing is, that was only the first defense that they made against social justice. Like, oh no, we're pro social justice, right? Then they had to come out with another one, right, saying the Imperium is driven by hate, Warhammer is not.
Okay.
The Imperium of Man, and this is like 2/3 of all of their sales as Space Marines as well, right? So like they've got like 20 factions or something, and like 2/3 of all of the sales are this one faction, and they're like, yeah, so we disavow that faction. Well, what? You're disavowing like your bread maker, you know, the breadwinner in your entire game. You're saying, yeah, we disavow this, right? So they say there are no goodies in the Warhammer 40,000 universe, none, especially not the Imperium of Man. Bitch, you've got cultists whose entire religion is chopping off heads, and you're like, yeah, but the Imperium of Man bad.
I think with the Imperium of Man, like it's become what it needs to be in order to survive, but it's never portrayed really as a good thing. Like I think, what is it? Robert Gilliman, like the Ultramarines Primarch, has just been revived, and even he's like, "What the fuck is this turned into? Like it was fine when I left, and like all of a sudden, like you know, you've become like this horrible, regressive, you know, technocracy." With like reverence for the emperor that never existed before. Like so he can see like the change that's taken place in the few thousand years he's been in stasis. It's not it's never meant to be a good thing, but it's a necessary thing for the survival of the human race in terms of what they're facing.
And it's like a space theocracy, like a Roman Empire in space, right? And it's a very obvious based on the aesthetics that that's what they're modeling off, and that's fine because it's fucking awesome. You know, it looks great. Keep going. You know, but let me keep reading this out. You won't like just think whose perspective in the Warhammer universe on the Imperium of Man are they speaking from? Right? They say there are no good guys, none, especially not the Imperium of Man. Its numberless legions of soldiers and zealots bludgeon their way across the galaxy, delivering death to anyone and anything that doesn't adhere to their blinkered view of purity. Almost every man and woman toils in misery, either on the battlefield where human survival is measured in hours, or in the countless manufactorums and hive slums that fuel the imperial war machine. All of this in slavish servitude to the living corpse of a god emperor whose commandments are at best only half remembered, twisted by time and the fallibility of humanity. Death to the false fucking emperor, says Games Workshop. That's the chaos narrative? Like, why would they do that? Like, who are they appeasing with this? Like, they're literally taking the perspective of the villains, the evil dark gods, and then criticizing the Imperium of Man, their primary sales pitch, and, like, publicly disavowing them? It's like, this is mad. Why are you politicizing, like, the internal logic of your fantasy world? You know?
It's alright, I don't know anything about Warhammer either.
You don't have to. It's just mad. It's just fucking mad.
I guess what they were going for is to try and make it as grim and awful as possible because that's the kind of universe that it's meant to be. And yeah, I think they've probably taken it too far with something like this, but their intent was to say like, you know, this is a future of endless war where humans are just fed into an uncaring meat grinder to keep the Imperium going. And it's not a good place. It's not something to really aspire to, but that's what humanity has devolved into in order to just stay functional, in order to stay alive.
I mean, it's necessary though, isn't it? Like, because like everything in the universe just wants to eat or destroy or corrupt the entire human race. Like, and they're explicit about it, you know.
Pretty much, yeah. And like, if you're an average Imperial citizen in the 40k universe, you're in for a shit time. Not gonna lie. Like,
but it'll be even worse if the aliens get you. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get possessed by a demon or whatever. That's a bad day out for anyone,
Yeah.
really. But yeah, this is where they're going with it, in the sense that I don't know, they can start to bend to this this mindset of, well, okay, let's open up the Space Marines to like, you know, every gender, every whatever people identify as, because we need that. No, you wouldn't get away with that in a society like the one you've described, because it would be about survival and utility. Like, your worth as a person is determined only by how much you're capable of killing, and how much we can use you. And once you've exceeded your usefulness, that's it. You're done.
But like you were saying, like it's a necessary thing for humanity to have done, right? So it puts the Imperium of Man as the most moral faction in a universe of utterly immoral factions, because all of the other factions lust for the idea of eating people. Like, you know, they literally want to just consume them, or, you know, give them diseases or murder them or whatever. And the Imperium are like, right, to make sure they don't do all of these terrible things to us, we're going to have to create super soldiers that will just have to go out and die forever to prevent these aliens from getting us.
Well,
like,
the Imperial Guard are there. They're the ones that go into the meat grinder. The Space Marines are the ones who actually win the battles. You know, they're the ones that we throw in when, like, you know, shit gets really dangerous.
Yeah. But the point is, you don't have a choice. You can't coexist with the orcs. You know, you can't have a pet tyrannid. You know, you can't, like, you know, bring a demon in and engage in some Slaneshi cultism on the weekend. You know, there's no moderation here.
Yeah, all of this stuff is
Yeah,
very
maybe
much...
I can't,
Yeah, all of this stuff is spawned from when Games Workshop was first founded, which was back in the 1980s, when it was very much gung-ho, action-oriented. You know, we're here to create like a dark, grim future where it's only war, exactly like they talk about. Nowadays, that's not compatible with like the values that you know, people try to profess and that people obsess over on social media. And so you've got this weird situation now where they're trying to bend the Games Workshop universe of 40k into like the modern mindset to say it's inclusive for everyone. I mean, it is in the sense that anyone can play the games if you're willing to abide by the rules of them, but like you can't start to change this universe and this lore that's been built up over decades to suit modern sensibilities. Like, yeah, it's grim, it's horrible, it's violent, it's aggressive. That's exactly what it needs to be. That's the setup for it. You can't just make that compatible with your softly approach to modern life.
And that's what makes it interesting and fun, you know? Like, the fact that it's so extreme and everything is just trying to kill you all the time. You know, it makes it very interesting, and it's just really weird watching them being like, yeah, but could we have some diversity and inclusion? It's like, no.
Exactly. Like, if you're in a situation like that where you're fighting for the survival of your species, diversity and inclusion is going to be the last thing on your mind. Literally the last thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Balrogs are fiery but mostly peaceful. I think we can all agree with that.
Exactly.
I would think diversity and inclusion is already in the mix. If they're just throwing bodies, they're not going to sit there and go, well, we can't have that guy over there, Daniel, here because he's wearing a dress and panties.
Oh, well,
yeah, I think so, yeah. Like, when it comes to, like, men and women, probably, like, with the Imperial Guard, it's like, well, you're all equally good bullet magnets, so you just guys go out there, do your best. You know,
the mostly peaceful thing. Are you referencing the fucking Rancor with that that comment? Like, because they were like, Rancors are mostly peaceful. They're super chill.
They're just sad.
I learned a lot from Danny Trejo in that moment.
So
he was literally just there because Robert Rodriguez.
Can someone explain this Book of Boba Fett thing to me? So I've seen. Like,
I genuinely don't think I can.
I've seen like clips going around, and I mean, I was never the biggest Star Wars fan, but I knew who Boba Fett was. Everyone loved Boba Fett because he was fucking cool. He was a bounty hunter. He was a badass. And I'm looking at like screenshots and clips from this thing, and I'm like, this looks lame as shit.
What have they done?
Yeah, how could they ruin this?
He's the latest original male character that they deconstructed, and in this case for their own male character, which was just a ripoff, the Mandalorian, and they did the weirdest thing in a show I've ever seen. I didn't watch the show; I was just watching Mahler's stuff. But they stopped the show about 3/4 of the way through and made it a different show for 2 episodes.
Yep.
It was
weirdest fucking
bizarre.
shit I've ever seen for a TV show. They literally changed main characters and changed plot lines.
Yep.
So Sargon, from your point of view, like they probably had enough story for about 2 episodes. They spun that out to about 4. Then they realized even then they'd run out, so they just thought, right, you know the Mandalorian from the other TV show? Yeah, we'll just bring him in. We'll have 2 episodes focusing on him.
Really?
Just to pad out the runtime, and that's essentially what you got. And then we'll just have a really dumb final battle scene where loads of people are just shooting at droids for 50 minutes.
But,
and then
I remember
everyone
seeing something about the Boba Fett going on about like indigenous
Right?
people.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
wasn't
what
he a
happened.
bounty hunter? Wasn't he a mercenary?
Yeah, it used to be. The
Not
actual
anymore.
Boba
Well,
Fett
he
was a
fell in a
mercenary.
giant sand vagina and it changed his mind about a lot of stuff.
What?
That's literally the arguments that the people who like the show make.
Right. And so now
Sounds
he's fighting
unbelievable,
for like, sand people rights or something.
And not only that, he came out older too.
Oh right. Okay.
So what you had for like the first like 2 or 3 episodes was like dances with sand people.
Yeah.
And so he gets absorbed into their culture. He comes to love them, even though they're fucking horrible people that like enslave folk constantly and like
Right.
torture them. But yeah, he comes to like them, and then he helps them take down a train that's running through their territory and shooting at them.
Disney's doing what Amazon's trying to do with Tolkien. They are shifting power structures within George Lucas's Star Wars. Some SJW tweeted that on Twitter, and I thought it was accurate. Sometimes, out of the mouths of idiots, sometimes we get a little wisdom, although it's accidental. And I think she was absolutely correct. That's what they were trying to do. Shift the power structures, because fan people are people too.
Isn't that
Dude,
it?
pretty
Isn't that just
bizarre
fucking
fucking
it?
choice to make when they open with them enslaving him, beating him. Like, what? I don't even. What the hell did they think they were doing? Like, what?
The morals of Hollywood now. They don't even know when they're writing like a murderer and a torturer.
They can't tell. They don't even know.
Hell,
Well, look at what they did with Marvel, where you had Scarlet Witch in
God,
WandaVision. It's like, yeah, you're a heroic character. It's like, yeah, it doesn't matter that you enslaved an entire town and tortured them mentally for like weeks on end. Yeah, you had the big
Okay.
sad, so it's okay. Everything's fine.
because you're a woman who's sad, and that gives you the right to torture whoever you like.
Especially
Falcon
men.
and the Winter Soldier,
That's
like
the
you've got terrorists who literally blow up buildings and burn people alive. Yeah, it's fine because they wanted free stuff.
Oh, dude,
That's
what a great
okay.
comparison. Though. Winter Soldier versus Yelena.
You-
Like how they handled someone who's got a history of violence versus now to back then, like everything's changed with Marvel storytelling. Winter Soldier is like this guy who's completely tortured by all the wrongdoing he's done in his entire life. Yelena's just like, it's chill. It's actually kind of fun, actually. It's like,
Yeah.
oh.
This happened with Captain Marvel as well, didn't it? Where like Captain Marvel was just, like they put the clip, didn't they, of her like robbing some guy, and it was just like, look, this is the villain, this is the evil person. in the
Sargon,
piece.
watch your words. That was the Dawn. Okay, like
Ah,
that wasn't just the
masculinity.
guy. That was the Dawn.
Not just some guy.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
But
I wasn't giving proper respect to the hero of the piece. That's right.
Yeah, no, but no, I get what you mean. Like her portrayal in that movie was like, well, she can do whatever she wants because she's morally righteous because we say so.
I mean, he was gross and crass, but like, it doesn't deserve breaking his arm and like stealing all his stuff.
Well, so do you guys remember that people on that side were comparing him to T2? They were like, oh, when Arnie does it in T2, you're all cheering because he's a guy. It's like, it's a fucking robot. He's not
Yeah,
a
he's like a
person.
killing machine.
He's
Yeah,
literally
we're
designed to get
cheering
things-
because he didn't instantly murder everyone in his vicinity.
I
Like,
can't
that was
believe that they
progress
could
for
say,
him.
Like,
Yeah,
we should have the
seriously.
same standards for the fucking psychopathic android with one goal versus the woman who is supposed to be heroic. Like, what is happening?
Yes, I don't know.
And
I
that's
don't.
why LA is fucked up.
Yes, and that was before Hollywood, but yes, it's a fucked up place. They have no idea. They don't know what's right or wrong anymore. So and they can't write heroes because the heroes are villains to them.
It's so weird, isn't it? The total inversion of values. Matrix.
Well, did you know? And I've
Wait,
said this
Dark,
before,
are
but
you
like,
telling me you're against puppy play during Gay Pride Parade?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm a bigot, you see, Gundam. I've been told reliably over and over.
Hashtag me too.
we've kind of talked about this before, though. Like when it comes to the people who write movies now, and this may just be us like acting like old men, but it's like the generation of writers that we have in Hollywood now are a generation that have never fought in a war, who have never probably gotten into a fist fight with anyone, who have never really like endured any adversity in their lives.
They haven't even heard the word no.
Yeah, exactly. And they're now the people who are going to write our heroes and the people that we should aspire to. It's like, what the fuck? You haven't earned this. You've never lived a life. You've never done anything worthwhile in your entire fucking miserable, pointless, useless existence. And now we're supposed to look up to the creations that you've come up with? Why should we?
I noticed that so clearly in the new Matrix film, Reanimations or whatever it's called.
Regurgitation.
Yeah, whatever the name of it was, just the new one. Because like the scene where they're plotting, like planning what the new Matrix game is going to be about, right? And you've got this like think tank, the corporate focus group of millennial fucking insufferable shitheels, and they don't know anything. They've never gone anywhere, and like they're trying to abstract out into theory that which made the Matrix good, as if you can create a new story that way, right? And then you see him in the montage, like going through his day. So he's on, like, he gets up early in the morning, has a coffee, goes on the treadmill. He's in the lift. He goes to the office, and then he goes back and does it the same every day. Every day, it's like, look, he's not getting any kind of stimulus outside of the glass fucking tower in which he lives. He sees the same people with no original thoughts of their own, abstracting away from something that was original, trying to find the formula that makes it. And I think this was Wachowski, but basically like putting out a cry for help, basically trying to tell us, look, this is why we're fucked, by the way. Look at all these fucking young idiots who've got no life experience and who live their entire lives in cities and have never, encountered hardship. They've never climbed a mountain. They're not getting any sensory input from anything that isn't already in front of them or in their phone. And so, like, what do you expect these people to produce? Like, they're not going to produce anything good. They're just going to produce regurgitation after regurgitation. And I looked at the films that were produced in 2021 on IMDb. And I just went through and counted the ones that I could noticeably recognize were either, just a comic they're adapting, or a sequel, or a reboot. And over half, there were something like 54 films made by Hollywood, and like 30 of them were sequels, reboots, or comic book adaptations. I'm like, my God, that is disgusting, isn't it? What a crippled industry this is. If over half of what they produce is just recycling as the third or fourth or blah blah blah. And I think that's why. I think that's what Wachowski was talking about. Like, look, these people are trapped in this city world and they don't get any sort of sensory input.
I agree.
Fluffy agrees.
Fluffy agrees. I was trying to think.
Man, I'm glad that I'm preaching to Fluffy. Fluffy's loving this.
No,
Always trust dogs, man.
I don't remember what somebody was just talking about that in an article too. I can't remember, but it was in reference to the real events, like how we're completely fucked. If with Generation Z, it was an army recruiter in the Daily Mail. He was basically
really?
Generation Nintendo. He was saying that very same thing. They've been sitting on their asses too much, and if they go out to the boot camp, they're going to get injured now. And this and it's true, and it applies to like real work. That's why they're here in America. There's a high demand for mechanics. That's why trade school is probably a much better option for a job than any other. Especially
it explains why my here 100% get into a fucking trade, like become a fucking electrician or a plumber or like a carpenter or something. Like,
just learn how to work on vehicles on your own. Fuck it, you save so much money.
You do, or you could just go to a dealership and they'll freaking teach you right now. Tesla was hey, this is a great story. Tesla had a training program for women. They wanted to get female mechanics in there, and you're not even a real mechanic at Tesla. You're changing fucking tires and fluids. That's it. There's no engine to work on.
Basic shit.
Changing brakes, real fucking basic shit. And they're like, we will pay for your training. We will pay you as much as the men, which is like $100,000 a year starting out, which is good in a lot of places in the States, most places.
Amazing.
And they could not get any women.
You can't get a woman to fuck with brake fluid. I don't care what you tell me.
I remember, shit, man. I remember I used to work for Sky in the UK, and we had an engineer program to get like female engineers out. They come out, they put up your satellite dish on the side of your house and stuff. And that was basically it. It was like, if you were a man and you wanted to become an engineer, hey, guess what? You were shit out of fucking luck, man, because it was all about getting women in. And then 6 months later, I kid you not, I was part of another program of like, how can we retain our engineers because they're all quitting? And it was because all these girls that had signed up to get like a break away from working on the phones or whatever, to basically get free training and just shadow someone else. Now they had to do it for themselves, and they had to do actual work, and they were like, nah, I don't want to do this anymore. I want to go back to my original job. And that was our job, to try and stop them from doing that.
What's the point?
That's what it is. It's like, you can't fucking force people. You can't force a square peg into a round hole, man.
You can't force women to do labor, you bigots.
I think this is it.
But
it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, doesn't matter how many times it fails. They keep trying again and again to try and make people do things they're not supposed to do.
Women don't want to do that. Every chick I've ever dated hated that. I remember I was working on my motorcycle, and my girlfriend at the time was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm changing my coolant on my motorcycle and the oil." Why don't you just pay someone else to do it? It's so stupid. And I'm like, why would I pay a store $200 to do something I can do for fucking 20? I'm sorry, I'm going off in my own tangent.
No, you're right though. You're exactly fucking right. Like that, you know, that would interest you. You'd be like, yeah, I can just learn how to do that. It's not that fucking hard. It's designed to be done by people that are dumber than me. So I can fucking empty out an oil sump and I can fucking refill it myself. It's not hard.
And if you fuck up, you learn something new, like how to fix an alternator in a motorcycle and get all the metal filings out of your oil.
Well, this is it. Like, when it comes to like wiring up electrics in my house, like the worst thing that would happen if you wire them up completely fucking wrong, you'll trip the circuit breaker, and then you just do it again. Not fucking hard. That's why they're put there in the first place. But like, so many people now will just never even attempt it because it's too fucking complicated. So dumb.
Yeah, it's a lot like trying to come up with your own good story like Tolkien when you could just buy his.
Yeah.
Yeah. I write your own story. That's stupid. Just buy one.
There's this guy called Tolkien. He's like popular. My gay brother likes to read his shit. He likes 40 Hammer or something like that.
40 Hammer.
We'll buy that next. Good work, Stacy.
I fucking hate Disney, man. Jesus fucking Christ. I hate Amazon. I hate all of it.
You know what I was talking about recently, right?
Yeah, they're gonna buy me next, aren't they? For fuck's sake.
Like Sargon, have you seen Nobody?
No.
That oh fuck.
You'd like that, Sargon. You'd like it.
Yeah, well, it's basically the story of like an ex-CIA guy who's trying to live a normal life.
He was ex-military.
No, he's CIA. And I think he'd be brought into like.
Daddy, chill. Daddy.
Yeah.
Sorry, I really hit that.
Wrong one.
That was my. I was cleaning a little dust off my soundboard, and I hit the.
What the hell is even that?
That's at my other program. Sorry, guys.
What was I saying? Yeah, it's like this guy was CIA. He'd be brought in to like liquidate assets that got out of hand or whatever. But then he'd left to start a family, and so he'd just become like a normal, everyday Joe. You know, working a normal job and all that sort of thing. So he's dissatisfied with his job and his life and everything that he'd become. And like, at a certain point in the movie, he finds an outlet for his frustration, and it's just like kicking the shit out of people.
No, it was like the robbery that like set him off.
Yeah, well, yeah, his homely gets robbed, and like he wants to go after like his daughter's bracelet that got stolen during the robbery, and I think he finds it on like a.
He finds it in the house.
Well, yeah, but like he's on like the bus home from it, and like that becomes his outlet for like just inflicting violence on people, because that's all he really wants to do. It's like a bunch of gangsters get onto this bus with him, and he's like, "Yeah, fucking game
They just
on."
happen to be Russians.
Why are the Russians always portrayed as the bad guys?
I wonder.
It's so
They
strange.
just fit so well into it, you know. But yeah, that became like, you know, this became this awesome like fight scene where he's like beating the shit out of people, he gets stabbed, he gets beaten, he gets like knocked down, he gets thrown through a fucking window, and then he just gets back into the bus and just goes at it again. Like, it's absolutely brilliant fun to watch.
Yeah, if you're
But
not
then I
gonna watch the
compare
movie,
that
watch
to the
scene.
I compare it to the Disney-fied version of it, where it's like a movie like Shang-Chi, where people beat the shit out of each other. Nobody draws a drop of blood. Nobody gets teeth knocked out. Nobody like even gets their hair messed up. They're just punching each other over and over again, doing a bunch of like generic kung fu moves, and it's so boring to watch because there's no stakes.
That movie broke down barriers of color.
It was a triumph, Gundam. It was a triumph.
Yeah, no,
Absolute triumph.
It didn't, right? I actually looked into this. Like, the director and the showrunners were very insistent on making sure that everyone on there was ethnically Chinese, because it was set in China, right? And I don't object to that at all. That makes perfect sense. But they don't do that with anything else, do they?
She was in San Francisco.
Well, yeah, but the character's from China.
Yeah, they go to China later.
Yeah.
And so, like, the director was saying, no, we're definitely going to have a Chinese guy here. This is going to be Asian representation, blah, blah, blah. It's like, yeah. So you know that you know, a Chinese character should be played by someone from China, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. So tell me about the Black Dwarf, you know. Tell me about the Black Elf. Like, how does that make
magical
sense?
creature saga?
Yeah, exactly. Magical Northern European folklore, that's definitely someone from Africa.
With the haircut.
Oh, fucking hell, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't even have dreadlocks or anything. It's like, yeah, it's just short back and sides.
Yeah.
Straight off the fucking
Buzz cut.
barber on the high street.
I mean, I'm listening to an audiobook of Lord of the Rings at the moment, actually, just because it's come up, and I'm so, okay, it's been, you know, years since I've read it. I was a teenager since I read it. And like, the elves, they're very obviously magical. They've got long magical hair, and the hair is important. Like, there's a sort of mythological element to it, and that is just totally ignored, and they don't give a fuck. And it's like, okay, all right, just fuck off. You know, you guys hate whatever it is you're dealing with. It comes from hatred. It comes from a contempt from the property that you're working with. And the thing is, I think in their minds, I think they're excessively online people, and I think that a lot of them are thinking, yeah, those fucking bigot, racist, white supremacists, fuck them. You know, I think a lot of it's that.
Yeah, absolutely. But
yeah.
Eric Larson, who was the editor, I think he still is the editor-in-chief of Image Comics, came out on Twitter yesterday and said, just make the Punisher gay. That will own the right. Totally own the right by making the Punisher gay. And then we had Michael Vaughn, who wrote Picard, like, admit that we put stuff into Picard to piss off trolls. That's what he used. But what we all means, the people who disagree. Yeah.
Dude, that's the height of writing these days. Make them gay. I don't know. That'll do it.
But doesn't that just show that it's not a commitment to the story in any way, shape, or form? It's about political activism.
It's activism. That's all it is, and that's the people that they hire now, and that's the people that infiltrate fucking everything in Hollywood. I don't know how they managed to do it, but they have gotten themselves in there, and they are like a cancer within that industry.
This is why the 40k stuff has been so much on my mind recently, because it occurs to me that they view 40k and Lord of the Rings as right-wing activism. But I don't think they can see it as anything else, even though it's not. It's a fucking fantasy game, you know. A normal person just play, oh, that's fun, that's a cool faction, or I like Gandalf, or I like Aragorn, or whatever. Like, they don't think of it as political, but these people see everything as fucking political. And as soon as you start seeing everything as political, you're like looking at the Space Marines going, oh my god, these are right-wing Nazis. We have to get these diversified and inclusive and liquidate the faction. You know, it's about the breaking down of these boundaries, and so standards are lowered so that it's inclusive to everyone, even Slaneshi cultists. It's like, for fuck's sake, they do this on purpose, and they know that they're doing it on purpose.
Well, I think it's it's like the old saying, you know, when all you've got is a hammer, pretty soon everything looks like a fucking nail.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they see. Every fandom, every subculture, every like hobby has to be this thing that has to be hammered down and made to conform to exactly what they want it to be.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is why I say like fucking gatekeeping is good.
Yep.
You know, like the moment someone comes in who wants to make these changes, who wants to try and enforce this shit on you, just say no fucking way, sir. Fuck off.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
like saying no to
we're
drugs in the
not here
90s.
for you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's exactly right. We're not here for you. And that's what annoyed me about this. Like, the Imperium is driven by hate, but we're not. Post. Like, it's like you're accepting like the antithetical narrative to your entire franchise. Your franchise is evil and needs to be like left wingified. And they're like, oh yeah, good point. Yeah, I mean the Imperium's evil and right wing. It's like, well, I mean, maybe, but it's a fantasy. Shut up. You know, like fuck's sake, it drives me mad.
I think this is the problem that we have. It's like ultimately we are not creating anything particularly good and new in our own culture, and we are looking back to the things that previous cultures did, but wanting to critique them and say like, well, they were okay, but they need to be modernized so that we can accept them now. They need to be improved because we are the arbiters of what is a good story now. And so it's those twin strands of bullshit that are leading us down this path of just like producing absolute garbage, where not only do we not produce anything new and good, but we take the things that were good in the past and subvert them and fuck them up so that they become acceptable now.
And you notice there's only one standard now, right? Like, did you guys see that Amazon Lord of the Rings superfan thing?
Well, it's funny you should mention that, Sargon, because we
Yeah.
talked about that.
Yeah, you saw it, right? And so you see the people, and like you listen to the things they're talking about, and it's like, what the fuck am I supposed to take from this other than they're very happy that there are black people in it? Like, that's the standard. You know, oh, I see myself, I'm represented. It's like, no, you're some fucking pleb. That's an elf, or meant to be a high elf, or whatever, or a sylvan elf. You're not one of them. Yeah, you're not one of them. You're not even vague. I don't look at you and think, oh, elf. I think, oh, fucking Generation Z loser. You know, like, Jesus Christ, stop fucking talking is what I think. You know, like, I don't think high elf or sylvan elf or dwarf or anything like that. I think fucking insufferable prick. And so it's just like, you're not represented. But the thing is, these people are just such racists. All they can see is the skin color.
I tried to make this point, like in my video when I talked about this, and I'll try and give the concise version. But basically, like, yeah, I totally understand the desire to give minorities, you know, better representation in movies, because in the past, like in previous decades, it's not always happened, and it's sometimes been prejudice against them, and they've sometimes been stereotyped and stuff. Totally get that, and that was shit. They deserve a better chance now, and that is good, but it can't be done everywhere in every situation, and there are certain situations where you just can't make it work. Like, for example, we in the UK had a Channel 4 show about Anne Boleyn, one of the wives of Henry VIII. Who
We
was
have
played by a
historic
black woman.
paintings from the time, so we know exactly what she looks like.
Yeah, and she was played by a black woman in this show. Ridiculous, completely historically inaccurate, but they did it anyway. And that would be an example of like, well, that just doesn't work because you're going against historical, verified facts.
Well, sometimes history is bigoted.
Well, that's the point, isn't it?
This is it. And like, you know, you can take history and say, well, that was, you know, maybe medieval England was a fucking very ethnically homogenous culture. It was.
Yeah.
That's not a good thing, but like that's just the way it was. And if you're going to represent it, you have to be accurate about it.
I would say that's neither good nor bad, right? It's not a moral judgment.
Exactly. It's just reality.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the way things are. It's not good or bad. It's not designed. You know?
And it's the same with Tolkien, where he said, like, okay, if we're going to have this race of elves, they are explicitly described as fair-skinned. They generally have blonde hair, sometimes like raven-colored.
Yeah.
But That is how they are described. That's how they envision. That's how he envisioned them. That's what they are within this context. You should honor that. It's not up to you to go saying, well, we need to have more diverse elves or dwarves or whatever because it fits with the modern representation of what we want in our culture. That's irrelevant. That's not what he wrote. That's not the world that he created. That's the world that you are working in. You might not like it, but there it fucking is, my son. That's what it is.
Representation to be something almost childish now. You know, like with little kids, when you see them watching a show and a character on the show looks like them and they scream, "That's me!"
I mean, it is exactly.
I mean,
childish.
well, you know,
My
like,
son is
I've
7
got-
and he literally does this.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with the adults now. We have a lot of grown-ass kids.
Yeah.
We've got Mahler, we've got Sargon, we've got me on the stream. We're all British people. Like when we watched Star Wars as kids, right? We saw Luke Skywalker. We identified with him. We weren't American or whatever, whatever he's meant to be. We were probably like 5 years old at the time, so we didn't look like him or anything.
Well, I was watching
We
Blade.
identified with his story because that was what was presented to us. We didn't need him to fucking look like us or be like us or talk like us because we weren't that narcissistic back then.
It's not just that as well, because it's the moral sentiments of the character, right? Because like I really enjoyed Blade. I like never read the cartoon, the comic or anything, but I really enjoyed the film of Blade, and I liked Blade's character, right? And cause the thing is, because the sort of like stoic characters, there's not normally something to it, but Blade had something to it, and I enjoyed the character. And like, you know, there are loads of like, you know, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I used to fucking love Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when I was like 13. I was never thinking, oh, they're black. I was thinking, oh, Carlton's such a cad or a card. You know, Will Smith is so amusing. Uncle Phil, ooh, he's going to whip his ass now. You know, they're characters, so they're human qualities that they exhibit that are universal human qualities. You know, in all times, in all places, in all cultures, humans are, you know, selfish, greedy, or generous and loving and kind. And so it doesn't matter what the person looks like, it matters how they behave. That's what I relate to in the character.
Well, I think it's great as well, especially with something like Fresh Prince. What you identified with was the class of the characters.
Oh, yeah, it was very class conscious as well, actually, which is very interesting for an American.
You know, you had Phil and Carlton and stuff, like they're upper class.
Yeah.
You know, they're wealthy and successful and stuff. You know, Will is obviously like working class from Philly.
Yeah.
That's what British people are going to understand there, because that's very prevalent in our society.
And imagine just like blankly saying like, yeah, a lot of my friends liked French Prince of Bel-Air. I just couldn't get into it. It's just mainly black people.
Yeah.
You're like, excuse me?
Can you even imagine, though? But that's literally what this Amazon fucking superfans, they were like, yeah, I couldn't get into Lord of the Rings because they're all white. And it's like, sorry, you're just a racist. That's what you are.
Well, I literally just I put up a video like just when we started this stream, and it was like a big like litany of black actors, like American, British, whatever, like throughout the 80s and 90s who were massive. It's fuck off, dude. You did not grow up without black actors on screen. Like there was absolutely
this is the narrative.
Fucking tons of them.
This is the narrative I can't fucking stand. Oh, look, it's the first black comic book. It's the first. It's like, are you fucking serious? Like, I can't think of a film that I loved during like the 80s and the 90s that wasn't diverse. It's just, it was never shoved in your face. That was never the point of it. It was just.
I know you guys.
There was a great quote, Sargon. Did you ever watch Red Dwarf?
Yes,
back in
love Red
the day. Well, Craig Charles had a great quote that just summed it up perfectly. He said, "Nobody talked about the fact that there was two black guys in the lead in Red Dwarf."
I didn't. It's literally this second that has occurred to me that Craig Charles isn't white. I just never thought.
There you go.
I just never thought he was Lister. He's fucking Lister.
People just saw Lister and the cat, two interesting characters.
The cat's not even human. Like, you know, the cat's literally the evolution of a cat after millions of years, and it's like, yeah,
You
but he's
guys
black.
just
No,
don't
he's not
get it.
fucking black.
Boomers
He's
don't
a cat.
acknowledge anything that's happened before they were born or before they can remember it.
Things
Well,
just
I was actually gonna say it was pretty cool that Black Panther was the first black people on screen.
There you go.
Finally, yeah.
But
Was
no,
waiting
seriously,
for
this is
years
kind
for
of
that.
rocking my world, actually. Because, like, I mean, Lister was just a slob. Like, he's not black, he's a Liverpudlian. You know, like, Jesus Christ, he's the last man. You know, like fuck it, but he's black. It's like, no, that's not the interesting bit about his character at all in any way. The fact that he, from being a useless fucking slob who's like the cleaning crew on this giant mining ship, ends up as the last man on Earth, and then he starts having character development because he has to overcome challenges and he grows morally as a person. And like, yeah, but he black. It's like, oh, shut up. Fuck's sake.
I love the fact that it was never ever mentioned in that show. It was never referenced as an issue or whatever. Like, it was just Lister was this slob of character. That's all you all you needed to know about him. Perfect.
They need to fix it. Remake Red Dwarf to act.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
And then you need to make sure that you let people know he's black, or else they'll find out 20 years later on some random show.
Remake
and
it.
they do it with a big
all I
Hollywood
want.
budget as well. It'll be CGI, and oh god, the entire aesthetic of it will be ruined. Man.
Yeah. You
Might
need to
be
step up,
bisexual.
Senator.
But this is the point of it, though, isn't it? It's the aesthetic. Because I've been studying this recently. And like, aesthetics is like the feeling you get of the thing from the non-aesthetic components, right? So, like, if in this Henry VIII remake, Anne Boleyn was wearing a tracksuit, you'd be like, okay, this is taking me out of the time period. You know, I feel like this is wrong. It's distracting me. It doesn't feel right. I'm not drawn into the experience of it. Because like the aesthetic is what happens in your head. You know, it's your experience of things, how you interact with the piece of media. And the media itself, it doesn't matter. You know, no one might watch it. You know, but it's in your head. So the non-aesthetic media, like the aspects of it, create this effect in your mind. It's like a magic spell, right? And so like this black Anne Boleyn, it's like it's so like glaringly out of place, though, right? It's like, yeah, but I just know that wasn't the case, and so now like my expectations have been subverted. Well done, but like I can't believe that you're trying to recreate the world you're trying to drag me into.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
and it's and I know you're doing this deliberately. I know that the people who cast that woman were like, okay, well, we know what Anne Boleyn looked like, but diversity. So we'll have to find a woman from Africa to do it, or African heritage, because that makes sense. And it's like, okay, I mean, this is not only offensive, right? I mean, you're literally, I mean, like, if this was a movie about Shaka Zulu, and they cast like, you know, a white guy to do it, you'd be like, yeah, Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is not. Yeah, exactly. They'd be fucking furious, and they always are when they say, "Oh, this is whitewashing. This is whitewashing. This is whitewashing." It's like, yeah, I agree with you. You know, you should get someone who aesthetically suits the role. You know, like Gundam. When they ask you to play MLK, is that going to be a suitable role for you? I mean, like,
Oh man,
you know?
it would be a bad casting, but I give it a shot. MLK has long, flowing black hair.
This is what I was going to say as well. Like Sargon, like, you know, we have you know, like older classic movies like Zulu, where you've essentially got like white imperialists like fighting black African tribesmen.
oh, we need diversity in that.
There's not.
Can't be having the white imperialists fighting the black tribesmen. What we need is like a United Colors of Benetton ads on both sides.
Yeah, but this is a reflection of like a thing which actually happened, and it's not about like and this is what I've talked about before when I've reviewed that movie. It was never about like portraying one side as inferior to the other. You know, they're just different cultures, and they both get treated with respect, with absolute respect. As like the Zulus are an enemy to be absolutely feared. But yeah, it's just a battle that pits one side against the other. And I
that's
feel
the
like
thing in Zulu, isn't it? Like the Zulus are, as a faction, as a culture, are treated with a great deal of respect. You know, the representation of them is never derogatory.
They are, yeah. Well, there's a great line from it where Michael Caine's character in it, he makes some reference to like cowardly blacks or something, like some really like racist thing that would have been around back at that time period. And there's one guy there who's an expert in the Zulus and how they fight their wars and stuff, and he says like, well, who do you think's coming to wipe you out? And I just thought that was a great line. Like, he absolutely understands what a threat these people are and how dangerous they are as a military force. And he's like, yeah, they're absolutely going to come and destroy you.
Incidentally, the British, when they're out there, the instructions to the regiments was to treat them like cavalry because they move so quickly through the across the terrain and stuff. Like there was genuine fear of these people. You know, they were very dangerous. You know, there was no like, oh, they're just inferior. No, they're gonna kill you. So fucking be careful. You know?
But again, like that's a film that couldn't be made now because it would essentially it would essentially depict like technologically advanced white characters prevailing over or primitive black people.
Yeah.
But that's not what the movie's trying to tell you. But it's like that's the actual historical underpinnings of it.
But you are right. That's not the purpose of the movie, and they wouldn't understand that.
Yeah.
No.
But it's a shame. I mean, it's good that the film got made originally. Like that's what we've ended up with.
This is what I was thinking about with like the actress playing Anne Boleyn. Right? I was thinking about this. Like, look, has she been told that by the showrunners or whoever's casting it is like, look, basically, right, there are a bunch of people online who are trolling us and we fucking hate them, and we'd really like to put you in the role of Anne Boleyn. And you'd think she'd be like, well, me? Why me? I'm very dark skinned. I don't look like Anne Boleyn. That would be a bit offensive. I'd feel like I was kind of, getting in people's faces about it. It'd be weird. I would be aesthetically the wrong choice. Like, it would seem disrespectful to whatever you were making to deliberately like flaunt the properties of the people involved in it. Again, it's with anything, And so, like, why isn't she like, I'm not going to take that? Is it just a payday for her? What? What's going on?
I'm sure it is.
Most of them, it's a payday. Like South Park,
we can put her in whiteface, can't we?
South Park just did an episode on this where Stan's dad, Tegrity, he sells the Tegrity weed, and he goes to a meeting, and they're like, "Yep, biggest problem in weed distribution now is there's not enough representation. So you need to get more black friends." So he goes and he tells his son to hang out with Token's parents, and they invite him over for dinner, and they just start taking pictures. Do you mind if we take a picture with you and put it up on Instagram? And they're like, even the parents are like, they're taking pictures of us. We're their black friends now.
Well, you were talking about whiteface mowers. Like they put Halle Berry in whiteface for Cloud Atlas, didn't they? Like, 'cause she was playing like a white woman at various times throughout that.
Look, Gary's made memes about it before. It's really funny. Cast a white man as T'Challa in Black Panther. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Make it Chris Pratt.
Oh, boy.
Yes.
Hey,
this was the best thing I could do to equivalate all of this. Like, it was to say, like, okay, say we do Black Panther 2, right? And there's a bunch of like Asian guys hanging around in the background in Wakanda, and everyone just acts as if they've always been there. Or you've got some drama set in feudal Japan, and there's a bunch of white guys there.
Yeah.
Like, and everyone just like they're dressed in like Japanese clothing and stuff, and everyone just treats them as if they've always been Japanese. How would that look? What would be the reaction to that? Everyone would be like, "Yeah, this is fucking stupid. Like, this never happened." And yet, like, we're expected to swing that particular door in the opposite direction just because.
Well, they present that we don't have culture, so like you can't be racist towards white people.
Nope.
That's the whole mentality. It's when you're changing the definition of terms, you're changing culture. You're just trying to change reality, and that's all. It's all in like 1984. It's the whole guidebook. This whole thing.
Yeah, once you use the language.
Cold racism is happening to you, but then also commit racism. You're like, yay, I'm the best. This is great.
Yep.
But like, surely we would argue that if Chris Pratt was offered like the role of T'Challa, right? Because the guy who played him died, didn't he?
He would say no.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not just he would say no. He would be morally obligated to say no. Like, everyone would be like, Chris, you shouldn't do that. Like, it's an important character. It has like totemic significance. You're not the guy for that. Like, that seems like a fair thing for me to think. It's like, he knows he shouldn't be doing that.
Well,
This applies to everything, doesn't it? Like,
exactly.
Well, look at Scarlett Johansson. She was supposed to be playing a transgender mob boss in some fucking movie. I can't remember what it was called.
Yeah,
but, like,
I remember.
they basically petitioned that so that it couldn't get made, and so the movie never even happened because they didn't have her star power attached to it. Whereas, like call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure the idea of an actor is that they can portray people that are not them.
Sure, but like there are physical limitations there. That's the problem. Like, you know,
she'd have
like,
real trouble
I think
being
so. Yeah,
standing up.
like
yeah. So I mean, it depends on the role, obviously. But I mean, you know, it's not necessarily unfair to say, well, she doesn't look like she's transgender. She looks like she's obviously a woman, so it's not going to fit. It's going to throw people off. Blah blah blah. And fine, you know. But that same principle then applies to all of the sort of blackwashing that they do of everything else, you know? And so there's no consistency. It's all, and if it was accidental or just incidental, then I wouldn't care. You know, like there was a film like in the 70s where there's this black guy playing a Viking, right? And you can tell that it's just like, look, we need a bunch of big burly guys, so get the local football team or something like that. And one of them's black, so it doesn't matter, just stand in the back, no one cares, right? And you can tell that this isn't like subversion or an attempt to offend online trolls or anything like that. And so it doesn't matter, you know? It doesn't make any sense, but it doesn't fucking matter. But it's because I know that they're doing it specifically to hurt people, to offend people, to destroy properties and stuff like that. I'm just like, I just can't stand this. Like, I can see the evil will at play. And it's like, come on. Like, I don't know.
Well, here's a good example. Like Robert Downey Jr. In Tropic Thunder was a great one because like he was playing an actor, a pretentious actor in blackface who thinks he can play like any role.
Justin
And
Trudeau.
it was a fucking incredible performance. It was great fun, but like again, like that would never be done now.
It's like an intellectual trap, that film, because everyone sees that and then they don't know the context of why he is that way, and so they'll just be like, this is horrible and terrible. It's like, you don't understand.
Yeah, Twitter
Making
did get
fun of
pissed
that.
off about that for like a day or two, not realizing what it was about. It's pretty
And
funny.
they keep doing it. It's a cycle. Every once in a while they come back to it.
Yeah, it's like every year or two, like another generation discovers Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, and they're like, they get mad
What is
about it.
Iron Man doing?
Yeah.
Hashtag not my Iron Man.
Yeah. It's like, do you not understand what the point of that role was? Like, they don't care. They don't bother to look into it.
Underrated comment from chat says, I don't know, man. I want real goblins playing goblins in movies. Like, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Get them real goblins. They're around. You can find them.
Literal vampire potbelly goblins are hobbling around coming after us.
Here's the best advice we can have for life.
Never go fool.
Never go full retard. You
You're
went
allowed to
full
say the R
retard,
word
man.
these days. I don't even know what's forbidden anymore.
Oh,
Everyone's scum. Look retarded, act retarded, not retarded.
Look retarded, act retarded, not retarded.
I'm telling you, Robert Downey Jr. channeled my Uncle Dabo so much, I feel he should fucking sue.
Oh, I love it. I love that movie. I love his performance in it.
Well, there's a great interview with him and Joe Rogan where they talk about how they can't make it, and I think the interview was from 2 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about it, yeah. And that movie's not that old, you know, and we'll know we're okay when we can make a movie like that again.
So
someday.
never. We'll
Tropic Thunder
Never.
2. That's when we're okay.
Yeah, that's when we're okay.
Yeah.
That's, you know,
Thunder
everything's right with the world and we're returning to the golden age.
That's what we're fighting for. That's our goal.
Wait,
All right.
wait. I think all you want is just like a little bit of flexibility and a little bit of irreverence in terms of what you're allowed to do. And I
Little bit
feel
of
like we just
fun.
don't have that now.
I just don't want fucking left-wing lunatics trying to tear everything apart. I'm just come on.
While telling
do
you
something.
communism is great.
Yeah. Communism's great. Check out my gender pronouns. But also,
Yep.
you're a bigot.
I don't know if Sargon, if you've ever seen this, but like some of the threads that went around on Twitter about like what will you do once the communist revolution
Oh
happens?
God.
They are
That thread was
absolute
wonderful.
comedy gold where people were like, oh yeah,
I'm
I'll
gonna write
probably work
poetry.
I'm gonna
I'll
build
work a couple of hours in like a job of my choosing, and then I'll just go and like, you know, garden, work on the
Yeah.
farm, write
Yeah,
some
sure.
poetry, whatever. It's like you've clearly never lived in a socialist state in your
Yeah.
entire life.
You're just gonna have some guy screaming to mine more coal. Okay, just get on with it.
Yep.
It's just-
Yeah. Well, then they usually just like respond to that with a picture of a guy with a submachine gun going like, "That is funny, comrade. Now face the wall."
Yeah, that'll be that. You know? But man, the thing is though, when they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to work in the job of my choosing, then I'm going to write poetry." What's stopping you from doing that now?
Exactly.
This is the best system to be lazy in. That's ever.
Yeah, they're taxing the fuck out of me so you could be a fucktard.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck, man. Don't even get me started on taxes. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, I pay less now. I am very grateful I live in a country where I can move from one state to another and pay a lot less taxes.
Oh, where did you go?
Does it vary between states then? Like, when you're in America, like you can go from one state to another and pay less tax.
Yeah,
California and New York have unbelievable taxes.
New York is retarded. They got rid of the gangsters so they could fucking shift me.
You're right, Josephel. Yeah, I moved from California to Texas, so much happier now.
Yeah, I don't know if you've done this, Sargon, but like in the UK, you just like open up a company and like that becomes your tax haven essentially.
Well, because I've done this obviously. So like, no, you still have to pay tax on your income. Like,
you do, but it's less, like way less.
No, because what it is you're on the PAYE system, right? So every month you get whatever you've earned for the month. And then that goes through the payroll, and then you've got to pay whatever tax, depending on the bracket you're in. And the thing is, it's not even that much, right? It's like if you earn more than $3,000 a month, then you're in the top tax bracket, and that's 45% of your fucking income.
Oh. Yeah, but then but form a company, man, you pay a corporation tax. It's like 7%.
Yeah, but you pay that on top of your income tax.
Wait, only 7?
No, yeah, but like all your money goes into the company account. Like you only take out like a small proportion of that.
Yeah, but you can take dividends, but the thing is, I don't want to take dividends because like we're a new company, but they're taxed as well, and up to something like 15 grand, it's like a year, and it's just like we're just getting rinsed, man.
Wait, only 15 grand.
Before you have to start paying like huge amounts of tax on the dividends you take. You can take more, but then the tax rate just goes shoots up. My accountant's just like, there's not really a lot you can do. The government's fucking you. And then Boris is just like,
you got
shit, man. I'm going to put you in touch with my accountant, honestly.
Like,
they can fix you up.
Dude, if you've got a way, I'm open to hearing it,
Yeah, like whatever goes into the company, like that's corporation tax, but like you only need to draw out what you need to live on, and like the rest of it is like tax free. That can just go into like a pension or whatever. Yeah, I know this is boring as fuck. I can't believe I'm talking about this on stream.
Chat, don't worry, hang on, chat. You'll get this.
Yeah, I'm telling you how to defraud the UK tax system here.
Like I've got to pay employees, so like they've got a monthly set amount, so we just get taxed like we're a normal business,
Yeah, New York thinks I have employees, so they're dragging me over the coal.
Let me keep
I've listed my Greyhound as an employee. It's like great. It's like like an extra 20 grand a year.
I can write off my Lord of the Rings 4K for research. So there, I keep the chat into it. Lord of the Rings. I said Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, there you go.
Star Wars, Book of Boba Fett's bad. There you go. They're still up.
Yeah, there you go.
I hate my life.
I drink to dull the pain.
Doesn't California have like a leaving tax?
They tried. They tried to. If you are extremely wealthy, which I'm not, they would tax you 10%, which is
ridiculous.
To fucking leave.
Oh, did it? City of New York did something like that. And
wait, what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Or they tried. I don't know if they pulled it. I don't know how you pull that off though, because once you leave, you leave. It's like,
come and fucking arrest me, you shit.
Fucking New York, great.
Yeah, they're gonna send the fucking Texas Rangers after you.
Yeah.
But it's not unbelievable. We're gonna try and tax you if you try and leave our high tax state. Fuck off.
It doesn't surprise me one bit.
It's so grasping.
It is
such a shit place to live, California. Like I don't even understand what the attraction would be in the first place. Like
New York isn't even far off from California.
Well, it never used to be this way though. California used to be Republican, right? And so it used to be really prosperous. And like I was just going back, like listening to like old Green Day songs, and they're like talking about California as if it's a prestigious place to be, and I'm like, wow, that aged badly. California's a hole now.
California's the new Detroit.
Yeah.
Changed my mind.
I live
well,
there.
I mean, San Francisco seems like an absolute fucking shit tip.
Same as LA, man. Like, it's so weird. I've been to LA, I've been to San Francisco, and it's so weird. You can literally walk down a straight line, down one road, through a tent city, through, disgusting shit-strewn streets and needle-strewn streets, then into Beverly Hills, and there's just no barrier. You can just walk in, and suddenly you're among these mansions. And I was just walking around like, holy fuck, man. This is just so weird. And they're all like, oh, we're so progressive and left-wing and blah, blah. It's like, we care about wealth inequality. It's like, I've never seen wealth inequality like this. But it's mad.
Yeah,
that's LA.
Yeah.
And that's just LA. It's happening. It's
trick
happening
and
in
also
San Diego. That's why I got
Yeah,
out.
we're gonna do a couple giveaways.
Some things
first.
away that people.
Back again. We're back again. All right. So, like we said, after the segment, we're going to be bringing Hasbro on next. But before we do, we're going to do a couple giveaways for you all. As we said, we got some giveaways for you. And then we'll do a couple tips and tricks for you. Myself and Ian today, specifically the one came up in the chat. So I want to share that, a technique that you could use to get around. You forgot to turn symmetry off. You'll get that asymmetry back. But we'll start with a prize.
Just before you give something away, I want to say thank you.
I
want to say thank you to the sponsors. Thank you to everybody who supports these types of endeavors for us. I'm so over the moon that this Hasbro stuff is here in the flesh. It's a lifetime fanfare and love affair with their brands, specifically the G.I. Joe stuff for me. But I have to give my tip of the hat to the Star Wars stuff. If you could just zoom in on some of this stuff at some point, we're going to get some product shots of these things. And it's just really the level of detail, LOD, as they say, is coming to new places and new heights. And I think it has a lot to do with ZBrush, if I can say that without sounding like a salesman. Go ahead, Paul Gabriel, keep giving away. Thanks again to Hasbro and everybody else for giving us stuff to give away.
Yep. Thanks. Yeah, I'm excited for this as a large child, as I call myself.
Yes.
I like to play with toys. I don't know why, but hey, it's one of the excuses of having a kid too. It's just great. Perfect.
But also too, yesterday, you guys are